Hello everyone, welcome to Realexcel Sunday Hangout. Today we will be talking about the power of focus. The reason I wanted to talk about this is because uh, what we concentrate on makes a huge difference in our lives, what we focus on. So, meaning what we're thinking about the most throughout the day, whether it's good or bad, makes a difference in what the outcome is going to be of what we're expecting from life and what we're expecting from the day or from a certain situation. I'm pretty sure a lot of you can attest to thinking about something either in a positive or a negative way, something that you've been really, really wanting, and it came back either in a positive or negative way because you were thinking about it that way. Okay? So today I want to talk about this to unleash the power of focusing on life and on things that we want and the outcomes that we want from life in a way that serve us in a good way and that brings us good things in life, things that we want, that we truly, truly desire and that we want, as opposed to things that we don't really want and subconsciously think about them and bring the negative parts into our lives. Okay? So let me just say hello to everyone. I have to open the stream and oh, sorry about that. Oh,
Achieve your health.
no, 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 everybody. Okay, so I turned that down. Okay, and good. Okay, so guys, as soon as you come in on the chat, well, as soon as you come in on the channel, say hi. Tell us what your Christmas was like, if you wish. This is a hangout still, so we're still talking about Christmas. The reason why I have a different theme, it's because I wanted to specifically talk about the power focus today, and because many times I have wanted certain things from life, and if I didn't pay or if I didn't pay attention what I was focusing on, I did not exactly get what I wanted. Okay, so the strength, the strength of okay, it seems like it's not very clear, guys. Do you see a clear picture? Because my camera is not showing a very clear picture. I hope it's focusing good. Alright? And that you hear me well? Okay. So if this is your first visit or you have visited a few times and you find value in our videos, I'd like you to subscribe to our channel. And if you guys want to receive notifications for upcoming videos and live streams, there is a bell button right beside the subscription button, and you go to that button, you press the one for to receive all notifications. There are 3 bells over there, and then every time our videos come out or we have a live stream coming on, you will receive notifications. Sometimes I just, I do schedule these, and sometimes I just go ahead and have a like unscheduled live stream because yeah, it's time. I feel that it should be, um, that it's something that I want to share with you guys, and so the notifications are good in that way, because then every time you will get those notifications and you will know that the videos are there and that we're live. Okay, so you can come on, you can talk about things that concern you, you can ask questions. I will set up a Q&A day in a very, very near future. So as opposed to uh, apart, not as opposed to, apart from our Sunday hangouts, we will have the Q&A day as well. All right. So this is for all the announcements. Okay, one last announcement. The bottom left corner, we have um, we have designed some merch. The last two designs, well, the Christmas one is over, but I have already designed merch for Valentine's, and you guys are welcome to go to the store, which is Redbubble, Realexcel at Redbubble. Um, the exact website is there, and if you guys are interested, you can support our channel in that way as well, and get some cool stuff. Okay. Okay. So power of focus for the purpose of um, an exercise. Okay. I want to do something. Okay, let me just turn this so it doesn't turn. Okay. Okay, good. Come on. Okay, we're good. All right. So here it is for the purpose of exercise. All right. I want you to look around your room, and this is a little bit noisy, but I want you to just, because these broke, okay, so I'm just trying to keep it together. I want you to look around the room and look at everything that has red color. Everything, okay? I'm gonna count to three, and then you just remember everything that was red. 1, 2, 3. Okay, stop. Now, how many items in your room have you seen that are red? Okay. Um, you can type it down. Give us your answer. Okay. Now, after the answer of how many items were red, I want you to tell me, I don't want you to look around the room anymore. Okay. From your memory of when you were looking at the room, I want you to tell me how many items you saw that were green. Okay? Okay? If you saw a green anything at that time, not right now, okay? This is not about now. This was about the time when you were searching for red, how many items you saw green at the same time. Guys, type it in your answers. Um, the reason, I'm going to tell you the reason why I ask you to do this exercise, okay? Because of the actual, because of what the power of focus is. Okay, so when you're focusing on the color red, and I'm going to explain it further um, with real life scenarios from my personal life, okay, so you guys can understand the concept better. A lot of you already know what I'm talking about. It is always great to explore those things and go into those things deeper in with your mind. So you know that the power of focus. My PC is like really really loud right now. It's taking my focus away. So sorry about that. But yeah, so the power of focus is super important because what you focus on. Okay, so let's say I was focusing on what I was thinking, and then this thing is going boo, and it's really really annoying, and it's been annoying for a long time, so it kind of takes the focus away from what I want to be talking about. Okay, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about distractions, like not I'm talking about things that distract you. Okay, in a way that, let's say you're focusing on something, and you know there's somebody comes in or somebody calls you, somebody sends you a certain text, and sometimes things throw you off. Let's say the agenda that you already had for the day. It could be because it's emotional. It could be because something has to be taken care of right away. So we also gonna talk about that, and we're also gonna cover the topic. Oh, okay. So, Bethany, hi, Bethany. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here. And Bethany says, hello, Virginia and mommy. And about 13, I think. Wow. We're quick. Or you're just like a lot of red. I don't look at, I didn't look at the green. Okay. So that's the point. Okay, that's the point of doing this exercise, because at that point you know how important it is to know what you focus on is what you're gonna get the most of. Okay, so in life, um, whether, again, I'm gonna repeat this again because it is important and it is a message that prevents a lot of us from having a really good, productive, positive, fulfilling life, because we focus on the wrong things. Okay, so the first tip of the day, because I did say, like, when I was doing the videos and stuff, and I said I'm always gonna give you guys a tip of the day. The first tip of the day I want to give you is, when you want to focus on something, make sure that you post something in your room when you wake up. So let's say as soon as you wake up, you sit up on your bed, you can put a nice big picture of something, okay, that reminds you of what you want to focus on that day, or in general for a prolonged period of time. Okay, when you, let's say, when you were watching movies, and we're watching a movie, certain movies where people put photographs of their families, and they have a specific mission that they want to achieve, for the family. So that's the power of focus. Okay, you put it in front of you. You can put it as soon as you wake up. You can put it on your wall in your bedroom. You can put it, especially, remember, put it where you're gonna see it first in the morning. Okay, so first, as you wake up, something to, first of all, when you get out of bed, to bring that energy to you for that day, to say, hey, this is a new day, this is a new way, I can do things in a new way today, to bring me closer to what I want. Okay, to bring me closer to whatever it is that you want from life, or you know could be short term, could be long term, but the main thing is that you are reminded as soon as you wake up. You can also post a small picture, or you can post messages on the mirror, on the bathroom mirror, or whatever mirror that you look at. And as you're, let's say, brushing your teeth, or you're brushing your hair, that you also look at it. Okay, and this is a reminder. Okay, so today, let's say, like, for example, for myself, I want to lose weight, so I'm gonna post. First of all, I would post a picture, which I didn't yet, but I would post a picture as soon as I get up and sit up on my bed. I would post a picture of how I want to look when I'm done. Okay, when I'm done the whole exercise program that I have designed for myself already. And the second thing, I would post a few messages that remind me on how I'm gonna get there. So a road from A to B, which is a great idea, because this way those stumbling blocks that you need to overcome, and things that you need to do to get there. All right. Now, Bethany, how was your Christmas? I just wanted to. I didn't see you for on our Christmas stream, so I was just wondering, did you have a good time? Were you able to spend time with your family? We had a stream especially for people who are home alone, and who don't who didn't have the opportunity to spend it with their loved ones. But since it's after Christmas right now, I took the Christmas theme off of the well, uh, our video today, because we want to focus on the right stuff, okay, which is the mind, which is the right power of the mind to bring us to closer to our desired, um, I would say to our desired um location, okay, I could call it that. Excuse me. I will have a little bit of a drink, a little bit. So water, very good for you guys. Okay, so just going deeper into the power of focus. Okay, so let's say I post on the mirror. This is my roadway from point A to B. I have a video on my health channel, which is Realexcel Health, where I talk about um, things about how to get from point A to B and how important it is to know exactly what you want. Okay, so you got to be clear first of all about what you want. Okay, let's say now we started this exercise, this thing a few years back. I spoke to Virginia. It wasn't really that long ago, but I don't know, maybe 2 3 years back, when I spoke to her about the power of focus, and she said, "Oh, mommy, I don't want to have seizures. I'm really so tired about having seizures, and I'm so tired of having this, uncomfortable, this really difficult life." And guess what you're saying at that moment to yourself? Every single word coming out of your mouth is negative. Okay, guys, I want you to understand that this is not to disregard the fact that you are in that situation. Okay, you are clearly in that situation. The everyday self-talk, every day, every second of the moment, when you self-talk to yourself, instead of saying, "I don't want seizures," okay, "I am tired of seizures, I am tired of feeling bad," you guys gotta say, "I want to be seizure free." And I have started um, talking to Virginia about this a few years back, and every time she was saying a line, "Oh, I'm so tired of the seizures and stuff like that," I said, "Okay, Virginia, rephrase that phrase. Okay, rephrase what you want to say in the way that it's gonna be good for you." Okay, so instead of saying, "I don't want a certain thing," which is a negation in your mind. Okay, the way the brain works, the brain does not understand a negation. Negation means something I don't want. Okay, so the moment you say, "I don't want seizures," your brain hears, "I want seizures." Okay, this is not just a mind over matter. This is a programming that you are putting into your brain, okay, to start bringing a positive outcome into your life. Okay, so this is as an example about Virginia's seizures and things that are from our own personal experience, because we have applied these things and they obviously have worked. Okay, so this has worked for Virginia. After, I can't remember how far, like really truly how far, I started to like really telling her, maybe 2 3 years, about, I would say maybe 3 years. Okay, that I started saying, "You gotta focus on what you want, not on what you don't want. Okay. Now on that note, I'm gonna read, okay, Bethany's comment in just a second. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do it now because I just lost that thought. So Bethany says, my Christmas was lovely. Thank you. Excuse me. Sorry, I was so busy leading up to Christmas. Did you have a nice Christmas? Oh, okay, you had connection issues. No, I understand, especially now. A lot of people are online, especially now in the pandemic and Christmas time and holidays. As many people are away from work and they're obviously online. So yeah, well, we had a good Christmas. We had a very quiet Christmas. It was just me and Virginia, and we have just kind of chilled at home. I was not feeling well the last, I would say, week because I've been doing so much before Christmas. My body was so run down. I, I could barely like walk, make it to the bathroom. Okay, so it was super hard for me. I actually had to do a Christmas dinner the next day. Like we just kind of prepared something quick on the actual Christmas day, and then I cooked the dinner the next day because I was unable to do it actually on the Christmas day. So we ate what I cooked the day before. But anyways, yeah, it was great. You know, we just kind of hanged out together. There were a few people who came on the stream, and you know, we had a little get together, which was super nice. And yeah, okay. So going back to power of focus. Okay. Uh, on the note of focusing on the right thing, I wanted to tell you that I do have a video that I have created. It's already been about a couple of years. Now that video has not been very popular. The reason why was because I didn't push it to be, you know, to be out there. Like I didn't advertise it as I advertise some of the videos, like with the end screens and stuff. I put some of the other videos out to be out there, but I want you to go and check a video called what was it? I don't know what the exact name is, but it is a video and it is positive affirmations for epilepsy. So just type that down in a search, and you put Realexcel epilepsy portal, and then put positive affirmations for epilepsy. Okay, you can just type Realexcel. I'm pretty sure and then positive affirmations for epilepsy, and the video will come out. Um, the video is not visually a video in itself. It's a very delicate blue, not a hard blue. It's a very soft blue background, like a water, a kind of color background. For you guys to, where I say a sentence, which is a positive sentence, positive affirmations, and then you repeat those affirmations. So I say it first, okay, as it appears on the screen in writing, and then you repeat it. Okay, after that it reappears again, the same sentence, and then you say it and you repeat it, and make sure that when you're repeating it, that you're repeating it out loud. Okay, because that's the best exercise. When you're repeating it out loud, you hear your voice, your mind hears your voice. You know, you gotta say it with uh, uh, you know, with power. Okay, so you gotta say it out loud, and that you know that your brain knows that you mean it. Okay. And so Bethany says, funny enough, my mom was my phone is not My mom was not similar. I'm not sure what it means. Because she was so busy leading up to Christmas. Sorry to hear that. It was nice to spend Christmas together. Oh, that's good. Uh, oh, okay, yeah, I get that about your mom. Yes, I understand. I completely understand. And it is always important to look after, first of all, people you love, and second of all, especially people who have already, who are at a certain age, and um, you gotta watch, things happen in life, and you gotta watch their health, and uh, you know, they're always there with you, even even in the spirit. Okay. Um, yes, it is positive. Uh, Positive daily affirmations. Just make sure that you type Realexcel. If just Realexcel doesn't come out, you put Realexcel Epilepsy Portal, which is the name of our channel, and then positive daily affirmations. I'm pretty sure it's positive daily. Um, the reason that it is important that you do it daily is that you repeat that, and that you reaffirm that positive focus, that positive power, um, into, and you kind of encrypt it into your mind. Okay, so any of you have heard of what subconscious mind? Okay, and how subconscious mind works? The subconscious mind works on, in a way that your mind, your body, and your mind, your brain learns from from our past experiences, from the environment, also from other genetic information that we have stored in our cells. So it could be something, could come out just because it's genetically encoded into your body. So this is that's another conversation for another day. But the thing is that uh, repeating it daily. So the first thing what scientists say about how often you should repeat it and for how many days. So they say 30 days is usually um, a good mark for getting a new for changing a habit. Okay, so let's say you want to change a certain habit, uh, like for example, if I want to get into exercising every day, the best thing is that I exercise for the next 30 days to get body into the habit of exercising every day. Okay, and that makes that that the longer you do it, the more your body's gonna want it. And believe me, that's from past experiences, plural. Okay, on many in many like times in my life where I went on losing weight programs that I have designed for myself, where I was very successful, and I did. So I also have that story on my other channels. Okay. Bethany says, "Oh, I think I found it. Sorry, I meant to say she was the same as you this year. Not well. Think it was because of the lead up to Christmas. Yes, so people tend to do so many more things, and I went like I wanted to get my Christmas shopping done. First of all, because I knew that uh, stores are gonna be closed for, well, a day and a half, but because of the pandemic, we are at the lockdown right now. So like stores are closed, You can only kind of order. You cannot go into the stores. You can just order, kind of pick it up in curbline pickup. Okay. So I wanted to get things done before Christmas, and I overdid it, and I could not like walk. I felt like I completely broke my back, and this was with all kinds of aids that day, and like all kinds of help from other people helping me with the groceries. Still, it was just like a thing that set me back for the whole week of not being able to even prepare my own food, kind of stuff. So yesterday was the first day that actually I properly, had I cooked a meal for us, and yeah, and we were able to have a nice meal, home cooked, which is the best one for me, anyways. Virginia likes junk food. So yeah, and yes, I have heard about subconscious mind. So, subconscious mind, the mind stores all of our experiences, um, in it. It codes it into the cells. Okay, so because we cannot store everything in the brain. Okay, so the mind encodes things into our DNA. Okay, so then we call it subconscious mind. The body pulls the information out of wherever it stores the information. Okay, when it's necessary. So at an early stage, a person learns how to avoid fire because they kind of, they said, oh, so pretty. I paid that price. Okay, they touch they touch the flames, and okay, got burned. And so never again, they're gonna know next time not to do it. What happened in my personal life was that I grew up in Europe, so um, we have like big ovens, or we had, I mean, past tense, but some people still who live in a country, they still practice that, or smaller towns and stuff. Um, Other people who still buy coal, okay, because um, that's the main heating ingredient in the wintertime in Poland, okay. So for some reason, my mom put, or there was a piece of glass. Usually it's supposed to be just coal, okay, but there was a piece of glass. I guess she thought it's gonna melt or whatever. She put it there, and when she was moving the coal and she was putting more coal in, the piece of glass fell out. But guess what? It had beautiful, super, super beautiful different colors, okay? And it looked amazing. So what I did, I went for it. I went for it and I grabbed it, and guess what? I burned my hand really, really badly. Okay, so that's how your mind learns things for future. Okay, so even though it, in every situation after that, including anything that happened up to now and anything that is gonna happen in the future, my mind will say, if I'm in a similar situation, so that it will gonna is gonna be an assessment in the situation. It happens very quickly. It's automatic. Your mind says, oh, this is dangerous, don't touch this. Okay, so this is how or most people know, okay, we're not supposed to touch it because it's dangerous. Okay, I see a thing falling out of somebody's oven, I'm not gonna touch it with my bare hand anymore. Hell no. Okay. Um, so I have learned my lesson, and this is how we learn things, and this is how the mind responds to it. Okay. I know we kind of deviated from there, but this is what the power of focus is. The mind learns certain things. So as we grow up, we learn um, we learn to do certain things in a certain way, and we also learn patterns of self-talk. Okay, so why I was talking about so Bethany, why I was talking about the positive daily affirmations video is because it is meant to bring people out of their negative patterns of thinking about, let's say, epilepsy, about how day is going, to bring them out of that and give them another, let's say, another kind of painting of how life looks. Okay, so let's say, they've been focusing on the green so far, and I'm gonna say, hey, you know what, concentrate on the red today, concentrate on the red. Okay, and you do it often enough, and your brain is going to learn that pattern. And we're talking about encoding a completely brand new uh, uh, put programming your mind in a completely brand new way, um, to achieve positive uh, outcomes of the things that you want. Okay, so the positive affirmations was only one video. It didn't take off the way I thought it would, so I have uh, if I can retrieve it, because I had 6 more videos after that. I had already written a programming for the next 6 videos after that. So once you guys give me positive feedback from the first one, I will create the next 6. And as you go over these every day and you practice them, this is daily thing. So let's say you forgot one day, don't worry, just go back to it whenever you remember and continue. Okay, the whole idea is to practice it daily. Okay, you can say it twice daily, like if you have nothing else to do. Practice it daily. uh, Use mindfulness. Okay, use mindfulness. Thinking about, oh, I never thought about things that way. All right. The reason why I'm saying this, for example, I like rain. For that reason, when I was growing up, Europe, or let's say just in my immediate surroundings, people would talk negatively about the rain. Okay, so people put umbrellas. Like here, I see people don't really go out shopping when it's raining. Like people tend to go out less. They don't like the rain. And they say, oh, it's like such a bad rainy day. Why is it bad? It's rain is good for us. We need the water. Plants need the water. Vegetation and animals need the water. Everything is good. Like, okay, you don't like to get wet. Yeah, that's normal. I have a car, so I barely use umbrella, but my daughter uses umbrella. She doesn't think about the rain in a negative way, because I was there to tell her, hey, rain is necessary, and it's good, and it's good for the planet, it's good for the vegetation. So um, from the idea, remember, power of focus. So from the idea of thinking, other people thinking, because don't forget that other people will also program you. That it's not just you. It's not just your mind automatically programming you from the past experiences. Also, other people and other stimuli will program you. So the media will program you. The moment you watch something that you think it's true or it's good, you've just been programmed. Okay, by, let's say, watching a movie or watching a video. So obviously now you are also being programmed, not on purpose. This is for educational purpose, and this is to help you guys overcome a bad past programming. Okay, so pick from your life things that don't serve you well, so that are not serving you in a way, in a positive way that you want the outcome to be. Okay, so like I said, I told Virginia, okay, don't think about seizures and say to yourself every day, I don't want seizures. You gotta say, I want to be seizure free, which in your mind, instead of saying I want seizures, because the brain does not recognize negation. I want to repeat that again, guys, so you understand the point of you telling yourself I don't want something. That's exactly when you're bringing more of that. The more you repeat it, the more of that you are bringing to your life, because the brain does not understand negation. Okay, so instead of saying I don't want seizures, you say I want to be seizure free. Okay, I want to be healthy instead of I don't want to be sick. All right, it will not happen overnight. Okay, it will not. If it's been a really really long time, things have been happening in your life and in a certain way, it will take time before you reprogram it, before you get to the point where things are gonna start changing for you, when more of that which you want are gonna be coming into your life. All right, the reason why is because you have programmed yourself the right way. All right, this is practicing mindfulness, this is practicing um, the smart way of programming yourself. And let's say somebody else says something, something that you don't want to be programmed with, you have to catch it right away. You catch it like, I caught this. Okay, somebody is gonna say, oh, like, oh, but you have, so many seizures, whatever, in a day. And then you're gonna say, I am seizure free. Okay, so not just I wanna be, okay, because that's meaning something that's in the future. You would say I am seizure free. Now I did not use these. This is not um, in the positive affirmations video. Uh, those words are not there yet. Okay, because what I started with was programming for a positive day, for the positive outlook on how you feel about the day, how you feel about yourself, and bringing in self-love. So saying, I'm pretty sure that was the one I was saying, I love myself, I love my life, and things like that. So a lot of people are going through depression, they're going through super difficult times in their life, on top of dealing with the health issues, they have to deal with the pandemic and the impact of that on their lives. Okay, so this is adding extra stress, and for that reason you gotta bring something positive into your life that is gonna serve you in a better way. All right, okay, so okay, okay, Bethany says, I understand what you're saying. I know recently, because I have non-epileptic seizures too, I was having a blood test, and in my head, I was like, I just know I'm going to have a seizure, and I did. Okay. So, I am talking about my past experiences, where also when I talk about it is because I like to talk about things that I bring out from a personal experience, where I can attest, those things happen to me, and this is the best way that, if I ever was to do anything again, I would do it this way. And this is what I can share with you because it's from my past experience, and this is how you can change it because I did it in my past experience. Okay, so this is sharing a proven, and not just one time. This is sharing a proven thing that works. Okay, from my past experiences, many over the years since I was a child, okay, proven experiences, okay? So, yeah, I'm glad that you understand that part. Again, uh, you do when people repeat, yes, I'm gonna have a seizure, I'm gonna have a seizure, it is what it does. It brings more stress. It also reaffirms the brain to have the seizure. Okay, so rephrase it. Okay, I'm not gonna say it right now because I don't have that, ready, but rephrase it in a positive way that's gonna serve you. Okay, let's say you could say, let's say you could say, I'm gonna be well, I'm gonna be okay, just calm. Okay, so I've had to do this myself. I have had anxiety issues. Sometimes I still do. And when I do, or if I even feel heart palpitations, I have high blood pressure and I have a lot of health issues, reaffirming stuff. But when I do things that are affecting me on a level where I think that I would be in danger of not being well after a certain episode could happen, what I say, I catch it right away and I say to myself, just calm down, breathe, okay, relax, and I just put my body into a stasis, mental stasis of relaxation, of calmness. You gotta kind of stay still and think about things being well for you. Okay, so this is you focusing on the good, you're focusing on the positive outcome. And this is practice, guys. This will not happen like I say. Well, for some people who are quick, it can happen quicker, but you got to practice this. All right, this is a positive thing, this is a positive affirmation for your brain, and it will bring positive outcome if you practice it like often enough and every day, and you practice it in the right way as well. Okay. um, all right, so let's go and read. Okay, so the brain, uh, okay, and you did have a seizure, yes, because you were saying you're gonna have a seizure. And so the reason why I'm saying it that way is because, like, I've lived with Virginia, with my daughter who has seizures. She has epileptic seizures. She had some non-epileptic seizures. She had all kinds of seizures: nocturnal, tonic-clonic, absence. She had a whole spectrum of everything that I can think of. Okay, so the thing was that I have learned a lot of things from her as well, and I have, because of being mindful and telling her to practice mindfulness. I always told her, focus on the positive, focus on the things. She's been going through depression, and she's been living with depression for a long time. So also I always say, focus on the positive. The days you feel depressed, go watch comedy. She likes comedy. So you bring the focus from where you are at to somewhere where you want to be. Okay, so let's say somebody's going through depression. So I want to talk about different scenarios because this can only give you an idea of how you can change things. Okay, so let's say somebody goes through depression and they wake up, and they just wake up, but they haven't got up because they don't feel like getting up, um, because they're being depressed already by waking up and saying, oh, this is gonna be another bad day. A first bad reaffirmation of things that you don't want that day. Okay, so let's say, and I have used that in my personal life, and guess what? It has worked. Okay, so let's say I'm lying down, and this is a scenario for someone who wakes up. Okay, I'm waking up, and I'm laying down and saying, okay, I would put paper on the wall. You could make it pretty. I could make it, pretty words, colorful. Okay, maybe red or whatever color you like. You write down, today is gonna be an amazing day, or whatever. Or the next one could be day. Today is the start of a new day where I can rewrite my future. Okay, because every time, every single second, you are programming your brain. Somebody else is programming your brain by saying things to you. Okay, even if it's, even if you're aware of not or not, the songs that you listen to program you. Okay, so it's also very important that uh, the music that you listen to, that it's constructive. Okay, so that's why the music on our channel is instrumental, because I don't want to put extra programming into people's brains, that would not be constructive. A lot of words from the songs are just repetitive things, and I would say 90% or 95% are not good, or even 99% are not good for you, and not good for your life, all right? And for the programming. So yeah, the brain sort of sets itself up for a seizure with the power of focus. Yes, and rain is pretty much all the time in England, so you get used to it. Yes, I hear you. Now, I have visited my family in my sister, my brother. They both moved to Ireland. So yes, um, you're right there, kind of very close together. So the same thing. Ireland is also a place where it rains a lot. So yeah, so in your mind, rain is just another day, right? Another normal day of rain, happening outside. So no reason to get gloomy. Uh, and as I said, this when people say, "Oh, it's gonna be a bad day," or "Oh, it's a really bad day because it's raining." So I've heard that a lot when I was young, when I was growing up. I also heard that a lot from my coworkers when I worked in a factory in the past, many years ago. And that's about programming. Okay, so right off the bat, it's programming someone's day to be really gloomy, really bad, sad. Why? Rain is wonderful. Rain is good. Rain is good for us. It's good for the earth. Okay, so when you think of about it in a different way, so in your mind, you're saying, okay, rain is good. I love summer rain. Okay, like when it's really really cold, you still gotta get your raincoat. You gotta make sure that you don't get soaked. If it's very cold outside, so protect your body and stuff like that. But on the note of it raining, it just rains. It's like it snows, it's sunny outside. Those are things that you yourself cannot control, as what the weather's gonna be that day, right? Except for Noah, but that's a different story. And yeah, so power of focus. So we're gonna go back to just kind of talking about different aspects of the power of focus and things that you concentrate on throughout the day. Okay, especially where it comes to the outlook on how your day is gonna look. So let's say again scenario, I'm laying down. If I'm a person who likes to kind of still kind of linger in bed, or if you're bed bound all day, you can post those little uh, programming. You can just write it down and then just kind of plaster it on your wall, or you can have it nicely printed out and put it on your wall, small or big, and just put a good, positive affirmation for you, for that applies especially specifically to your life. That's gonna bring out that boost that day, and it's gonna bring the boost to your life. Okay, so for example, uh, for myself, it is something like, today is a great day, you know, to continue exercising. For example, okay, it's a new thing I started. I started a GEM program, which is a global exercise movement, and I do exercise. Working on doing it every day. Because of the health issues, I have not been able to do it every day, but working towards it, and working towards losing a lot of fat, weight, and getting my health back. So this is my programming, and so something I would post on the wall. This is a great day to start on the road to my health. Okay, this is a great day to start. This is a wonderful day uh, to start exercising. This is a great day to start my new life. Okay, I love my life. Okay, I love myself. I love my life. I love people in my life. I love my family. Whatever it is that you want to put, make sure that after you go through the daily affirmations, let's say for a month, you can write your own. Okay, because you can write maybe a little bit more specific affirmations for yourself, and you could say something that's specific for you, that you want to change in your personal life. Remember, we have been programmed by others, and we have been programmed by the media. We have been programmed by the peers, we've been programmed by teachers, we've been programmed by schools, we've been programmed by the government. We have been programmed in many, many different ways, on many different levels, and we have been programmed by experiences in our lives. We have been programmed by where we grew up. Okay, so I have a lot of programming from, let's say, someone who grew up in Europe, and I also have programming from the West. Okay, like my father is from Caribbean, so I kind of have that mix of, let's say, Europe East meets the West, and a mix of different characters, because where I grew up, people there, are typically quite different from people all the way how people think in Cuba, where my father is from, and um, so as soon as I started, studying the mind, I have bought different programs on, how the mind works, and, how to improve your life. Some of them started with like Tony Robbins, Dennis Wheatley, oh, so many different ones, and on the relationships and on the health, and it was very, very, very well spent money that I have invested in me, in myself. I did not invest in the programs. I invested in myself when I got those programs, and those programs have um, given me a tool to use mindfulness where it comes to applying things in life and looking at life differently. Okay, so being able to, let's say, from someone, a coworker, because I caught the first time I caught myself. I was actually going through the program. I can't remember if I think it was Tony. Yes, it was Tony Robbins, and I was working in a factory at that way, on a production line. I was the top person on a production line. But um, what I have learned is, and the first time I caught myself when somebody says, "Oh, it's a horrible day," and that's why I mentioned it. Oh, just look at this rain. It's horrible. It's gonna be terrible today. And I caught myself because I remembered what Tony Robbins said, and and actually, I confronted this person. I said, not in a bad way. I just said, why do you think it's gonna be a bad day? Oh, because it's raining. It's a horrible day. It's already like why? And that's when I started reasoning. I said, why? Water is good. Plants need water. We need water. Animals need water. It gives a cleanse to the earth when it's raining. It's a great thing. Okay, but for that person, no matter what I said, the day was gloomy and bad. And so this is how you focus on certain things. That's how you see the world. Okay, so on the same day, let's say on in the same spot, let's say a whole bunch of people are, as an example, in Times Square. Okay, and they're watching, I don't know, a band or something, or they're watching some kind of performance, or something's happening outside, and everybody's watching it. And guess what? Every person has a different perspective or perception of what they're seeing. Okay? Why? Because of the way they were brought up, because of the way they think. So, perception. So, perception goes kind of together with programming, okay, with self programming and stuff like that, and with programming itself. So, perception is how you see the world, okay? When you want to reprogram yourself, you want to change that perception of things, okay? So, as opposed to, every day is a bad day because, uh, oh, today is going to be a bad day because, oh, I already feel bad, because I'm sick, because this. Okay. You start saying by things positive. Okay. So every day is a great day. One thing Tony Robbins used, I'm going to quote Tony again. It was, he met a guy who said every day that he was such a bouncy, happy go lucky, crazy guy. Like all the time, he was like, just getting out of his skin to be happy and like joyful and making everybody smile and happy around him. And then he says he approached him and said, "Well, like, why are you so happy?" Because this was his study, and he was studying on how the mind works. And this guy says, "Because every day above ground is a great day." Okay, so that was his programming. But guess what? What he got from that? Okay, what he got from that was that he was happy every single day because every day above ground was a great day for him. All right, so when you put, I'm not saying write that down, okay? You can if you want to. Everybody has their own choice, but using words and using your what your self talk, on how you talk to yourself. Let's say, you know, instead of saying I hate myself, saying I love myself. Okay, so that's what the positive affirmations video is about. It's, about teaching you, or bringing more of that self love. Okay, we need more self love. We need more self confidence. We need more affirmations that we are worthy of things, that we that life is nice, that life is beautiful, that life can be beautiful, okay, and that life can be enjoyable. All right, so it depends on where you come from, what your programming is, whether you programmed it or somebody else did, or whether like things that happened in your life brought you to that spot. You can reprogram it, and you can start on a journey from A, which is wherever you are now, to B, which is where you want to be, um, by programming yourself in a way, in a very constructive way, that's gonna serve you, um, to be happier, to have a more fulfilled life. Sorry, I need more water. Okay, just give me a second. So program yourself to have a fulfilled, happy life. Okay, and by learning different affirmations, remember each affirmation has to be constructed in a way that it serves you well. Okay, so pay attention as other people say things, as let's say you listen to the words of the music that you're listening to. A lot of people are using or singing repetitive songs that are very, very bad and negative. And I have kind of, stopped. Or if I do hear the music like that, I know when they're saying stuff that is not good for me. So I don't internalize at that moment. I already know, that's something that's not how I think. Okay, so the affirmations or the programming is not there. They're not programming me because I am conscious about what the words are, and that they're not gonna program me at that moment. So Virginia, for example, she has listened, and she still does listen and sings songs that are have very negative programming. Okay, and so many times I say something other times I don't say, because she does not take it very well, even though I'm pretty sure she knows I'm right. And I still try. I'm still mom, so I'm still gonna try to tell her, hey, this is not good for you, honey. This person is repeating constantly that they're whatever it is that they're saying. But most of the songs, 99% of the songs, are all super bad programming for your mind. All right. So if you're gonna choose to say listen to something, choose something that's more positive. And if there are songs that you like, that at least when you're listening to it, that you are conscious, and okay, I'm not taking this program into my mind. This is not who I am, and this is not who I want to be. Okay, and I'm aware of that person saying those words, but this is not who I am. Okay, and that's how you reprogram your mind at that moment, because we are programmed every millisecond, not just second of a day. We are programmed every single millisecond of the day. Okay. Okay. So, Bethany, are you still with us? I know you said you had some difficulties, mm, and some issues, I guess, with your internet. So, yeah. Anyway, so when uh, a lot of gestures in today's video, because this is a topic that I strongly believe in, from my past experience. and being understanding on of how my mind works, and how I have learned how the mind works from different people, people who have studied it. Well, one of the first was, Tony Robbins, was Dennis Waitley, where I started kind of, not kind of, where I started applying the things that I have learned from them into my personal life. That's when things have started changing for me, okay, in a very positive way. That's when I started to feel happier, and I started to feel fulfilled, and I started to, uh, you know, actually to have things happen for me the way I wanted them to happen. Okay, and it was because of that programming they started to happen because I have been reprogramming myself. Okay, so let me see. Oh, okay. Um, so I don't know if you have. Do you have any questions, Bethany, or you would like to, make a comment? Um, from your personal life, what your personal experience has been. Um, that'd be super nice to have a kind of feedback, and to know what have you caught yourself, let's say, or have you caught, like, let's say you're listening to a song, and the song is kind of, it's a super nice beat, you like the beat, you like the music, but it's bad words, like it's saying, oh, I feel bad because I don't have you. Why? Okay, if it's about love, you're supposed to feel great when you have somebody around that loves you back. But those kind of programmings are bad. So I'm pretty sure you have heard those, and when you guys start paying attention to that, and you start paying attention on how the media, they may not even do it on purpose. The media just programs us all the time. Everything you watch, everything you see, everything you hear, everything you smell, everything you touch is being programmed by your mind every super millisecond. Okay, so you need to understand that when you want to, that there are certain things that you can still control. Okay, by reprogramming certain things in your life, and it has to be mindful, it has to be, you have to be conscious about it, and you got to pay attention to it. You got to do it every day. Okay, so you're listening to a song that's saying words that are not constructive. uh, oh, let's say about love. Let's say a lot of songs are like kind of negative songs about somebody abandoning somebody else because they were bad or whatever. Or good for me. Why would I want to program myself to have a guy who's no good for me? If I'm gonna pick a partner, I want a partner who's gonna be good to me and who's gonna be good for me. Okay, and that's what I teach my daughter. I tell her, don't go after guys who are bad. Bad guys. Go after the ones who are good to you, who are good for you, who are good to their family members, because this is very important. That means they are, or they have been brought up, or they have learned on how to be good to others. Okay, so this is a person, internal feelings. They have good programming, they have good values, they have good family values, and they love other people, and they treat other people good, and that's what you gotta have in your life. Okay, and when you think that way, when you think, oh, you know um I want a partner in my life who is good to me, who's good for me. All right. Well, if you don't have one yet, start programming yourself for finding that good person, because you're gonna bring and you're gonna attract that into your life. Okay, this is what they call it, the law of attraction. Okay, so that's another. The law of attraction is, mm, it's pretty much just your own programming. Okay, so what you say the most, what you focus on the most, okay, is going to be attracted to your life, because the brain will work towards bringing that very thing that you think about the most. All right, so this is the key, this is the secret, this is my message to you. What you think, so pay attention to what you think about the most throughout your day, all day, all whatever every day you think, or let's say you catch yourself thinking something, and then you say, oh, is this good for me or not? Maybe this programming is not such a good thing for me. Okay, how could I rephrase it to be positive, to have a positive impact in my life? So then you rewrite that sentence before you forget it, okay? Because writing things down is a good thing. You can post it on your wall, you can post it on your mirror, you can post it wherever you want, in your phone maybe. Like I store a lot of um, things that I write down that I don't want to forget. They're on my phone. So if I ever lost it, it's a lot of information that I wouldn't want to lose, because I kind of, I say, I kind of write things down for me, let's say what I'm going to do the next day, and I program my day, so this way I don't forget about things that I want to do, and I don't forget about things that I want to say. All right. So Bethany says, I think I'm very similar to Virginia. I listen to quite negative music a lot. Of the bands I listen to can be negative. Some aren't, some as very inspiring. Yes, the media are big programmers. So, this is not to badmouth the music. The music, a lot of it, lifts the spirit. If the music beat is really, really good, but the words are really, really bad, you, every, each one of you or us, if we're not paying attention and if we're not being mindful in that moment, we program ourselves for failure of whatever it is, of a failure that's in that music. Okay, so I can't think of any, because I have, to tell you the truth, I have stopped listening to songs, okay, except for Spanish reggaeton, which is a little bit different than talking about music and stuff. So it's it's an interesting, I would say it's an interesting topic, that that's a little bit different. That's my dog. Yes, you're so cute. You're such a cute girl. Okay. I gotta have some water. But yeah, so you guys, so you program yourself, okay, when you're listening to a beat. So I was talking about myself. What I stopped, the more and more I listened to those everyday songs, which still had kind of catchy tunes, and you repeated those words later on throughout the day. Sometimes there's a song that comes on the radio and it kind of plays, and then you repeat it in your mind all day. That's not a good programming. Okay, so you got to be mindful. I have started mostly listening to instrumental music. I really like instrumental music for that reason. The other reason I do like, let's say if I'm listening to music that in a language I don't understand, I love like good like vivid beat music and instrumental for relaxation. But for other, let's say if I want to bring out some energy throughout the day, I like to listen to like good beat, which is anywhere from well, let's say reggaeton. I understand Spanish, so I do understand the words, but they don't talk a lot. Excuse me. It's mostly about uh, I'm not gonna say the words, but it's kind of love in a different way. So it's mostly about that. Okay, so it's not. Some of it is negative, but I already understand, so I don't absorb that. Now I do love to listen to other world music, so I love to listen to reggae, which I understand if it's in English. Other things I like to listen to is Hindu music, which is really nice. Uh, Music from India, music from Arabic music, Persian music, like yeah. Okay, so I love so those types of music I can listen to. I don't understand the words. Okay, so I don't know what they're saying. I love the beat. I can still enjoy the beat. I can enjoy the energy that the beat brings to me, which is kind of, uplifting in my spirit because of my personal programming. I love uplifting, good vibes music to kind of to bring me the energy throughout the day, okay? So if it's not programming me in a bad way at the same time with the words that are coming out of the person's mouth who's singing it, then that's a good programming. Okay, so because I'm programming myself for for energy, for kind of bringing up that energy, the happy go lucky spirit, that can do a lot of things throughout the day. And I do achieve more things when I do that. When I exercise, I do it mostly with reggaeton because I love it. um, uh, so different. Even I've listened to Albanian music. It is super cool. Okay, music from like okay, so Spanish, salsa, even from Portugal, Brazilian music is really nice, and so from different. So Brazilian I would understand, Italian I would understand, and maybe not 100%, but I do understand those in maybe like 30% kind of range, and yeah. So different types of music bring different feelings to us, and it is also a personal programming. So everything that we do throughout the day, okay, is important. Everything programs us. Even my little beautiful, she's not that little, but come on, say hi to everybody. Hi, everybody. Say hi. Hello. That's my booba. That's my beautiful Zina. She wants belly rubs. So she brings so much joy, guys. If you're lucky to have pets at home, then you know that that brings you joy every day, and it's good to play with them, and good so when they come around and they want your attention and they want your love, and then you give love back, and it makes you feel really super good. That's great program, right, Sina? Yes. Come on, give me high five. High five. Yeah, look at that. Come on, high five. Good girl. Look at that. You're such a good. She's giving me five high fives so she can get belly rubs. Ah, okay. Mm. So, yeah. So, Bethany, when you're listening to the music, just pay attention to. You be mindful. Kind of pay attention to the words. Okay, listen to the words. I'm not telling you to stop listening to the music. What I'm saying is pay attention to the words and hear what they say, hear what the programming is, and then think about, is it serving you? Is the programming in that song, which is a super popular song because most of these are very popular, they're very catchy tunes, and obviously with the repetitive words, it's a very, like, really just kind of embedded into somebody's DNA programming thing. Okay, so you pay attention to it and you say, you know what, this is not how I really want to think, or this is not what I really think. Like, I don't really think it's good, to like bad guys, for example. Okay, everybody has a different liking, but um, you program yourself, on top of everything else programming you throughout the day. You program yourself as well. All right. So that's my point today, is to be able to rewrite your present, or to start rewriting your future. It has to start in the present. Okay. Everything that we do all throughout the day, everything that we think, everything that we talk back to ourselves, okay? Like, when I think, obviously, sometimes I just say things, but other times I just hear things, okay? So, when I hear things, you know, I can think, oh, is this a good programming for me? Is this something that's gonna serve me? And this only comes, it doesn't come every second, like it does not happen all the time, but it does, when I put myself into a programming of being mindful throughout the day. Okay, and pay attention to what's happening, and pay attention to programming, and think, okay, how do I want to rewrite my future? You start, your future starts today. If you have not started your future today, so this is another tip of the day, guys. This is a super important tip of the day. If you have not started your future that you want today, your future is not going to be there. Okay? Your future starts today. So, today is the day that your future exists. You do the same thing tomorrow, your future is still in the making. I want you to understand, okay? Let's say you put, um, let's say this cube, okay? This cube here, well, imaginary cube, is the outcome that you want from a certain thing, okay? And this cube has like 30 compartments, okay? So in 30 compartments, let's say it's 30 days. Could be 60, could be 90 days. Some program says, do it for 9. The longer you do it, the more you do it, the more engraved it is in your DNA, the more engraved it is in your memory, and the stronger you're going to be about the subject. So the more you practice, the stronger you're going to be, okay? The more assured you're going to be that you're doing the right thing. Uh, the mind is going to be stronger. The sooner you're going to catch yourself if things are not going the way you want them to. Okay, so let's say then each day is a one little block out of that cube. Okay, each day today you start the affirmations. Oh, she's so cute, guys. I wish I could take a picture. And so each day you do that little part that you want, what you want your future to be like. Okay, because your future is only gonna be there if you do it today. Your future is today. Okay, that's how they say, kind of the time bends itself onto itself. It is because your future is today. You only have today to write your future. Tomorrow is another day that you write your future. Okay, so the moment you write it today is the moment. Okay, that's how you rewrite your future. And I don't know if you guys got this point. Like, I know I'm kind of going in circles, but I want you to understand that those little blocks of every day, which you're gonna say today, let's say it's the seventh day, it's been a week, today is another day that I'm writing my future, that I'm writing my present and my future, because the moment you're doing it in the present, it's also your future when you're reprogramming your mind. Okay, you do your little blocks. After the 30 days, you continue with it. You can do 60, you can do 90 days, you can repeat it every day. Once, let's say, you got out of, let's say, the comfort zone, or it's already embedded in your mind, you can start writing your own programming. Well, by then, I'm pretty sure that, I kind of want you to help our you know to share this video, especially that video, because it is to help other people to bring a better positive outlook for people with epilepsy. Okay, I especially wrote it for people with epilepsy. It is very mild. It has mild setting. So I read it first, then you repeat it out loud, which is the one which is a good, if you can repeat it out loud without, having to kind of hold back, you're giving it a good command of voice and good command of force to affirm that into your life and to rewrite it into your DNA. Okay. Um, Let me see. Oh, okay. Uh, oh, yeah. So I understand pets are really good for that. I lost my cat last month. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. But she brought great joy. Yes, we had multiple cats. We had lots of cats actually. Before they passed away, and we it's been a hard decision to get a dog because, especially, with Virginia with epilepsy, she said, "Yeah, I'm gonna take the dog out, blah blah blah," every day. That's not who was taking the dog out, but she has learned. She does take her dog out, once in a while, and it is a huge decision. A dog is a great companion. A cat, if you cannot be, walking a dog constantly, is also a great companion. And that you have someone there, who's gonna respond to you. Okay, so you give love to your animal. She's so funny. Oh my goodness, you're such a cute. She was sleeping. Oh my god, with her eyes, almost closed, and her mouth was open. Her teeth were showing. That was like super super cute. Um. So. Hi. Oh, Wichita Rick. Hey Rick, how are you? Uh. Great to have you with us today. I caught some of what is said, I listen to music constantly and actually collect good vibe music for just this reason. Also, most of the poetry I do is from a positive side for some reason. Well, I think it's the you probably have a reason to do a positive side because you want to bring more of that into your life. Okay, so which is very good. It obviously comes from within if you were not aware of that before. And yes, what you just said, in a shorter way, we can simply retrain ourselves. Is much the same as I talk with others about being drug and alcohol free, adapt, become flexible. So, yes, everything works with the mindfulness and it works with the programming of our minds. Oh, so this was one other thing that I wanted to talk to you about. I I used to smoke. I used to be a very heavy smoker. For any one of you who have smoked in in their life or who are still smoking and have tried to quit, you know how hard it is to. Okay. Yes. High five. Come on. Give me a high five. There you go. Good girl. She's so just so adorable. Um. So I have I have quit smoking for good many years ago. Throughout my smoking time, my smoking years, I have tried to quit many times for different reasons. Okay, mainly, so I have quit actually for many reasons. When you got when you get the right reason that completes you for something that you absolutely remove the possibility of starting back out on something that you don't want it to be in your life, is when you remove the possibility of getting back to it because you say I never ever want to do that again. Okay, that's when I quit for good. But for I quit twice. I was smoking when I was very young. I was smoking a lot, and I quit. Well, when I got pregnant with my children, I quit smoking. I did restart again later on, and so I finally quit a few years after for the right reason, for the health reason, for myself and for my kids. And when you program yourself, you need to know, first of all, to let something go. You need to know the reason why. Okay? When you know the reason why, what do you want out of life? What do you want from that situation? What do you want? Okay? The reason has to be strong. You have to have a very compelling reason to actually make a lasting change, and that reason has to have power. It has to have emotion. Okay, you can help yourself by, let's say, posting pictures of something that reminds you of that outcome, that kind of point B from A to B, the point B where you want to be. um, to put pictures of it or put like little notes, this is where I want to be, to put it on your mirror. I was talking about it at the beginning, Rick. So you can probably like rewatch the beginning of the video later. And so you post your little programming uh, notes, okay? You can post it anywhere you want. You can post it, let's say, on your journal, on top of the journal, not inside, because if you're not used to reading the inside of the journal every day, or if you're not writing in your journal every day, um, unless you put it on as a, as a new habit that you want to do, and that if you don't practice that, then that's not going to work. But you could have a journal, let's say, beside your bed. High five. Come on, Boba. Come on, beautiful. Come on, give me high five. Okay, yeah, that's a good girl. So you could post, like, some of those sticky notes. Let's say you want to remind yourself to write or read from your journal every day. So you put it beside your bed. You put like a yellow or hot pink sticky note on your journal. Say, uh, write positive affirmations, or listen to and repeat positive affirmations every day, or and okay, you could say, okay, open the journal, write in the journal, and read the journal every day. Okay, you gotta have it at different times. So let's say you need to post it when you applying a new habit in your life. You need to put a time, okay, in a day, out of your day, because we all have super busy days, and so you gotta allocate time for that. If you don't allocate time, it's not gonna happen. So you gotta allocate time for it. Say, I'm gonna do this, um, every day. Let's say after I had my breakfast and while I'm having my coffee or whatever. Okay, I'm gonna read from my journal. Let's say read from my journal. You could read things that you wrote down last night. Okay, so which would be, let's say, at the end of the day, your reflections of the day, of what you did to make your life, to make positive changes in your life. So you, let's say, in the morning you read it. You could write, let's say, program for the day for yourself, not necessarily in the journal, but let's say, you have like a to-do list, and then you write those things down. This is a very good thing too, because and that's how I write it on my phone. I have a place on my phone where I write things. Okay, this is what I want to do. I usually do it the day before, but you can, I always check it in the morning, like when I wake up. Okay, these are the things I have to do today. So it reminds me of the things my mind might have forgotten. And with this area where we have to remember millions of things, this is a good thing to do, to write them down. And yeah, so in the evening, you could write down your reflections, which is also very good, because then you could say, oh, today I have caught myself listening to a song that, I thought all these years that was, super cool song. I'm gonna tell you a story just in just a second. And and I was listening to the words, and I don't like that song anymore, because those are like super bad programming words. Okay, so that could be, you could still listen to the song. Next time you listen to it, I'll say, oh, this is the song where the programming is not good for me. You can still listen to it, as long as you're aware, you know that is not good. But believe me, with the years that have passed, I have more and more stirred into a direction of, um, let's say, songs or music that is mostly instrumental, or it's in a different language where I don't understand it, where the beats are really, really good and cool, and yeah, and where that I can dance to, and and it's not negative programming. If it is, I catch it right away. It does not affect me. Okay, so I forgot what I was gonna say. I was gonna talk about something funny that has happened to me. See, I forgot. I should have done it right away. And oh, say Eric is saying hi to Bethany. So yeah, nice guys. Like, this is a super good thing that I also want you, when you come on these streams, I want you to be able to, to reach out to other people, who have epilepsy, especially nowadays. I know Virginia has Um, really positive. Virginia's visits to a local epilepsy organization where they had group meetings for people in her age group has very positively impacted her life because she was able to talk to people in her age group, and she was able to have discussions about things that concern her. She was able to hear others who talked about their concerns. And well, for now, we're in a pandemic, we're in a lockdown, so those things have not been happening for a year. They've been doing an online group meetings, okay? Uh, Now, so one of the reasons why I want to have uh, the live streams is for you guys to be able to kind of connect with each other, to get to know each other, and to share things that concern you, and perhaps make new friends, because this is pretty much right now the internet is the way of meeting people. And it is as long as you practice, safely practice, don't kind of disclose your personal information, and get to know other people, that you can make friends. I have made a lot of friends online, and a lot of them are very, very good people, that I am glad that I have met them. I actually, one of them I have met years back, and it was a lady from California, and I have met her online. She's a very, very positive, like kind of love spreading, infectious love spreading kind of person. So I have met her, and then I said, I'm gonna be in LA. Can we meet? And so yeah, we met. She brought her niece with her, and we went like, well, she we went to like botanical gardens over there. That was beautiful. That was such an amazing experience. We went for dinner. We spent time together, and it was wonderful. So you don't know how you meet someone, where the life is gonna take you, and sometimes it could be across the globe, and you make a very good connection, and it's gonna positively impact your life. So it was a great experience, and I'm just saying that just reaching and meeting other people, talking to others, especially other people with epilepsy, because when I was talking to Virginia, is her friends, her epilepsy friends, um, she can talk to them on a completely different level than talking to everybody else, because they know what she's been going through or have an idea. And when you are in that group, of people who understand each other, who know what you're going through, it's a different it's a different feeling. You don't have to hide. You don't have to pretend anything. You just be yourself, and if anybody is having a seizure in the group, everybody else is going to jump in and help. And yeah, so that's the whole idea. Okay. um okay. Rick says, I never kept a diary. Is how I began writing prose poetry, was to recall those raw emotions from having long seizures. Okay, so that's pretty cool. From having long seizures and short-term memory problems, which I do. Some of things long-term memory, but mostly short-term memory. I have an issue with that, and it became a way to deal with those feelings rather than forget them. So I'm pretty sure by now, I guess, Rick, you have an extensive library of um, of poems, right? If you like to, at some point you like to share them with us, you are welcome to do so. All right. You said a story, and you need you need a chalkboard when you talk on here. So yes, I don't know if you watch any uh, of my past streams. I was sitting with a chalkboard. Uh, a reason why I don't use a chalkboard right now, like I might just use a small one, guys, and just put it in front of the camera, okay? Something like a little bit more steady, so you guys could read it at the time. And I also have taken photographs of um, what we were going over with the live streams. So when you watch, let's say when you go to our the Realexcel Epilepsy Portal channel, and you could see some of the videos and you could see live streams. So sometimes they're separately. So you can go just type Realexcel Epilepsy Portal live streams, okay, and then it or whatever topic that you want to. Let's say um, you wanna see something about emotional, let's say emotional support, okay. So you type Real Excel Epilepsy Portal emotional support, and all the videos that have emotional support will come up, okay. And so I was using wasn't chalkboard. Well, it's like one side is chalkboard, the other side is like this dry erase board. And yes, it is a great idea. And most of the time I write things down. I write things down on my phone that I want to talk about. So like right now I'm actually reading. um, I'm reading the chat from my phone because I didn't set up the tablet. So it's better if I read it from the tablet, and then I can do other things on the phone. I can read from my phone, but if I can do both, it's just too much for me. All right, it would be too distracting for me even to keep the thought there. But yeah, so Rick, there are some videos that I actually wrote things down on like a like whole huge page of super information, packed information from the video. And I have also taken pictures and I've posted them in our community tab, so you can see some of them. And yeah, so that's a great idea because I have to had started writing things down because of the memory loss. So the meds affected me over the years, in that way. So the memory loss is there, and short-term memory, and so that's why I have to write things down for that reason as well. Um, oh yeah, well, I was gonna tell you a story. Okay, and then I forgot what the story I was gonna say because I forgot what I was talking about at that moment. But it was something really funny that I wanted to share. Like I kind of just see. Sorry, short-term memory. Maybe it will come back. Hopefully, before I go. So you can look at my page sorry on on YouTube. Okay, sorry, my phone doesn't have. The screen is a little bit broken. So, and probably find some type of music that will have the vibe you just said. Is not always about the words. Yeah, so yeah, um, it's not always about the words. So the music, for example, can bring you joy, When I say good vibe music, for example, it's a music that, let's say, the music that I listen to that gives me that uplifting spirit, that gives me that energy, that gives me that, desire to move and desire to live at the moment, okay? So there are, songs like that, there's music like that, that kind of like just makes you feel super, super good when you're listening to it, right? So yes, I shared off and on for years on forums and chat on ecom. I learned a lot. We are all unique. We learn together. Peace, peace takes practice. Yes, we learn together. We learn from each other, and um, that's how our how we are able to survive as a species and to evolve. Okay. She's just so cute. Now she's stuck her tongue out. Her mouth was open and her teeth, and it's so just so adorable. Oh. Uh, yeah, sorry guys, I just took away the thought. Okay, so I don't know if I could remember because I really wanted to tell you that story, what I was talking about at the moment. Uh, mm, yeah, no, I can't recall. Okay, so we're gonna continue with uh, just from memory. Uh, our memories are our programming. Okay, our memories from everything that happens. Uh, when I was talking about subconscious mind before, it's a programming on a subconscious level. So the programming goes into your DNA, it goes into your cells, and your body programs. We cannot program everything. We cannot store everything in our brain cells. So the programming goes into the cells, and then it's pulled out the moment the body needs that information. It's pulled out. Okay, so so everything is coded into a DNA. The programming, your perception. So sometimes, okay, let's say, parents will say, oh, your children are so much like your father, or your children are so much like your mother. And it is because the DNA, not just the upbringing or the way they were brought up, and let's say the mother taught the children to be certain ways, or the father did. Let's say the mother did and the father wasn't around, and the child still has the traits of the father. It is because of strong genetic predisposition for that. So not just understanding the perception, not just understanding how subconscious mind works, with being able to understand um, our minds, is to reflect on them, okay, to be mindful. So we each do it in a way uh, that works for us. So for example, for Rick, writing poems works. For others, journals could work. Kind of my journal is on my phone, so I write things down in my phone, and store it. So information stored there, and that I don't lose that. And yeah, so those are the ways of um, programming yourself as well. Okay, so if you want to program yourself, you got to write down things. Okay, you want to write your outcome. So this is right now, this is a blueprint for your programming that you want. Okay, The blueprint is this. First of all, if you want to change your life, you need to know where you are. Okay, consciously. Okay, let's say I'm in this point A. Okay, and I want to be in this point B. I want to be in a place, let's say, where I feel great about the day, or I feel great as soon as I wake up. So, like I remember the little blocks, the 30 blocks. So every day you practice, and you can, like I said, post the notes on your wall, or as soon as you kind of sit up in your bed, that you see the note saying, "Hey, today is a great day." You don't even need the reason why. Okay, you could say, "Today, every day, when I wake up, it's already a great day." Hey, it's a reason why you woke up. It's a great day. Okay, so write those things down and then reaffirm them every day. So everyday positive affirmations are going to lead you to have a better quality of life. And this is the reason for today's get together, for today's live stream, is to share that with you guys, because this has worked for me in the past whenever I put my mind to it. Because remember, you need to put your mind to it, you need to put your work to it, you need to allocate time throughout the day for it. Okay, so whether it's in the evening, whether it's in the midday when you have lunch, put some time of a day that you associate with something else, so this way you don't forget. Okay, let's say every day at lunch, while let's say you have a coffee with lunch, let's say, or you have a tea. Okay, every day at my tea time, at lunchtime, I will say my positive affirmations, or I will read from my journal, or I will say a certain amount of, or I will do the positive daily affirmations from the Realexcel Epilepsy portal. All right. So remember those 30 days. After the 30 days, you continue. Okay. If those things are still not embedded in your brain, because there are a lot of affirmations there, uh, you continue with it. Okay, you continue with it to the point where it's all embedded in your brain, where it feels real, it feels normal, it feels like something that's already a part of your life. Okay, when it feels like that, you can write new ones, and by that time there's going to be already new videos out on affirmations, on different affirmations that are kind of um, a continuation of that video. All right. Just cheers. Sorry about that. Okay. So the whole thing is to repeat it daily. Oh, hi Sophie. How are you? How is mom? How did you guys? How was your Christmas? Uh, uh, Hi, I am here. Happy holidays. Thank you. Likewise. And wishing you and your mom also very happy holidays. Uh, oh, I missed. Let me see. Oh, I missed a whole bunch of. Okay. So Rick says, I had serious memory problems for several years. Is why I joked. Uh, well, we joke about things, yes. And I wrote everything on index cards. Then, yes, dry erase, same as chalkboard, to me is how I used to teach my daughters daily. Okay, so yeah, so we have quite a few videos actually. Mostly the community kind of live streams, not kind of, the community live streams with the chalkboard, because I have put a lot, like tons of information down. I had to write it down on the chalkboard, okay? And today I kind of wanted it to go, from the points that I wanted to say out. I already did. I kind of wanted to go and grow organically, to talk about experiences from my past and from my life that reaffirm, that positive affirmations work and that they do bring a positive outcome. Many of them were because I have purchased different programs and I have learned on how to make changes in my life. Okay, so there's a point to it. You need to know your point A, your point B, and how to get there. So you gotta you gotta write your map on how you're gonna get from where you are to where you wanna be. Okay, so which is kind of your program for the programming. All right. Uh, okay. Uh, Happy holidays, all. KKP, hello. I haven't seen you in a while. Thank you for being with us. Sorry I missed the live stream. You haven't missed it. We're still here. And Bethany says, I got to get going. Oh, okay, Bethany. But I'll try and see you again in the next video. Okay, so thank you for being with us, Bethany. It was super awesome, and thank you for sharing your thoughts. And hope to see you soon. Okay, next Sunday. So we're doing this on Sundays now, on a regular basis, and then I'm going to be introducing more things throughout the week. I wanted to get into the habit of doing it on Sunday first, and then since it's already a habit, I will bring in another day of a week to, let's say, for like maybe Q&A or specific topics. Now, what I want to do is I want to um, watch a certain, so this thought came to me last night. So I want to put, let's say, watch a certain video of, let's say, certain type of seizure together with you guys. So we're gonna watch it on the stream together, and then you guys are gonna be able to ask questions and uh, post your thoughts and answers, and post your uh, personal experiences, okay, on that topic. So let's say one day we're gonna watch an absence video, okay, an absence seizure video, or an atonic absence, okay, which a lot of, like, I didn't know those existed until Virginia started having them. And a lot of people actually have those. Some people don't understand. I thought absence is absence, and she had absence tonic as well. And those, once you learn how to differentiate between them, and that's one of the reasons why I want to watch the videos together. So for those of you who don't understand their own seizures, or don't even know if they have seizures, because a lot of people have seizures and they ask themselves, oh, I'm not sure if I have seizures. Yeah, I'm waiting for the doctor to assess me. Now, if you're having something that describes seizures exactly the way how they're happening to someone else, those are seizures. All right. Okay. So Rick says, yes, glad to share poems is why I did them. Not sure of using a link on here. No, the links don't work on the thing. I have the bot is actually not. No, I thought, you maybe you'd want to share a part of your poem. Let's say something on the topic. You could just kind of uh, you could just kind of post and paste, and Capture. Capture. Guys, I have to do this. This my dog is sleeping. This is so cute. Sorry. Sorry I had to do this. So I took a picture and I also recorded her. Okay. So yeah, so don't use links. Like you could copy and paste some of your stuff, and then at some point look we could see how we could post some of your poems on our channel. Okay, maybe you could come on one day if you like. I want to bring some people, like for example I've known Sophie for a long time. I'm trying to get her to come on one of our live streams, so we could be uh, she could be on the stream as well at the same time, and then instead of just watching me, you could be watching other people. Okay, which is super cool, and then we can share our points of view on, especially Sophie has she has absence seizures, and so we could talk about that topic that day. Um, all right, so I made a group of three specifically on seizures. Is before aura, during, or ictal, and after or post ictal. So yeah, that is super super cool. The reason why is because it will let other people know that they're not alone, that other people are going through the same thing. They're going through the difficulties of the aura, even in between the seizures. A lot of people, like Virginia, used to like feel always sick, depends on the meds. She used to feel like constantly sick all throughout the day, and certain meds will do that to you. And then we kind of got to the point where a few years after introducing the I'm not saying that's why it happened, but I'm saying it happened. After, a few years after introducing her to using the positive affirmations, and to saying that she's seizure free and that she doesn't have seizures anymore. uh, she got to the point where we found the right, or neurologist who attended her in the hospital, found the right meds for her, and ones that work actually. After over 13 years of going through so many different kinds and things that didn't work for her, and we got to the point where she is at where maybe not ultimately where she wants to be, because she wants to be off of them completely. So that's a thing, that's a set in the future, so that will be our next programming. But you gotta engrave it in your mind, and you gotta wait for that programming, for the body to rebuild, to build and build upon your programming, on rebuild and encoded into your DNA, so it gets to the point where you want to be. Okay. Uh, so Sophie says, "Nice to see you again, Rick." So you remember Rick, okay? And yeah. Oops. Oh, I wasn't playing this. I hope I didn't miss any of the chat. So Rick says thanks, you too, and I hope that's the last Let me just see if that's the last. Uh, okay, yeah, that was the last message that was there. All right. So, guys, what do you think about watching a video together on a specific, let's say, on specific seizures, on specific types, and let's say, pre-ictal, post-ictal, kind of different types of seizures videos, and then discussing it as the video goes, because that's when you guys can ask me questions, or you can share your personal experiences with it and what you are going through, and ask questions, and give other people answers as well, and share that information with others, because a lot of people, I am saying, like, until Virginia started having seizures, I had no real clue of what seizures are. And you only, like, really learn about them when you either have them yourself, or when a close family member has them, and that you can that you understand what they're going through and everything that's associated with that. Okay, so on that note, um, I don't know if Rick, you were there, but earlier I was talking about a positive affirmations video that we have on our channel. So it's a positive daily affirmations. You type Realexcel epilepsy portal, and then type together, well, in the same line, positive daily affirmations. Okay, and it's a video with just a blue background. It's a soft blue. So it's visually pleasing, it's visually soft, and it's for people with epilepsy. So it's positive affirmations for people with epilepsy. Okay, and I wrote that especially for people with epilepsy, to help them to program a better outlook. So this was the first of the 7 that I want to do in the series, that to bring a positive outlook on life, and more positive um, outlook on self. Okay, and more self-love, and guys, you could just go through it, do it daily. Okay, see how things work out for you, but remember those little blocks, at least to go 30 days, 30 consecutive days, to do this for yourself. Okay, because then you programming it into your mind. Okay, and then you go beyond until it starts feeling that it is a part of your life, that it is who you are. Okay, and pay attention to the programming, pay attention to what it says. Let's say, I love myself, I love my life. Okay, you gotta love yourself, and you gotta love your life. And when you come from that point where you say, I love myself and I love my life, when you love your life, your outcome, your outlook on, and your perception of life is gonna change. It's gonna start changing to, oh wow, you're gonna see more of the good things that you have in your life, and you're gonna see more of the good things that you have in yourself. You're gonna appreciate yourself more, and you're gonna be more confident. And that's the whole point of this video, is to help you to bring more of that positivity and more of the positive outlook, and to help you to get through the difficult times, better. So, Sophie says, mind you that there are 65 million of us around the world. Yes, and the numbers are growing. So, guys, please, please, please share these videos. We are also on Facebook. We have a group on Facebook called Realexcel Epilepsy Portal. If you are a Facebook person, come and join our group. Be a part of it, where you can, talk about y- things over there all the time. Issues, concerns, questions, answers. Interact with others, and bring your friends there as well, and help us grow. Okay, the reason why is to help people who are going through, who are, especially who are new, or who have a very very hard time going through dealing with epilepsy and dealing with seizures, so any type of seizures, um, to help them to get through those difficult times, and to help them to deal with everything else that comes with seizures, uh, all kinds of emotional dilemmas and difficulties, you know, other, emotional problems, um, physical issues that come from, using meds and having to take them because there's no other alternative, or alternatives are too expensive. And that's one of the reasons I kind of got Virginia off the oils, because I had their own oils. But the moment, I couldn't work anymore, I'm not sure if it, she still had seizures. So I think we weren't getting the right type. Maybe it wasn't even the real thing, because when I was getting it, or the company I was getting it from, was not like, licensed and stuff here in Canada, anyways. But to get to the point where you want to feel that you kind of are on top of things. Okay, so this is where I think that would be a really really good point for you guys to get to the point where you feel more confident about yourself, where you feel more strong, in your own skin, and say, hey, I am me. I am a good person. I love myself and I love my life. I appreciate people who are, in my life, or I appreciate pets who are in my life. And, to come from the point where, let's say, some people are right now, which, they may be at the depression point, they're going through a lot of difficulties, to a point where they can say, I appreciate life. I appreciate, things that I still have in my life. So not just mindfulness, but also um, um, giving thanks every day for things that you still have. Okay, which is a very very positive thing to do. All right, so if in the evening you could say, okay, today, 5 things I am thankful for today. That's a little bit of a positivity for you guys. Okay, for me, 5 things, it's not the end of the day for me, but thank 5 things that I am thankful for today. One of them is internet and being able to talk to you guys. Okay, so that was the first thing that came to my mind, and I am very very thankful for that. It gives me an opportunity, to share my wisdom with you, to connect with you, and hopefully to be able to help you to get through the difficult times, and that's the whole point of it. And then, so next thing I would be thankful for is my beautiful doggy, Zena, whom I love very much. I'm very thankful for, well, just her and her uncle, which is Devi, is Virginia's dog. I am super thankful for have a beautiful, loving, amazing family that I have, which are my daughters. Most of my other family is scattered all over the world, so I'm very thankful for that. I'm very thankful. So when you say thanks for things, they don't have to be the same things every day. I'm just fixing my elbows hurting me a lot. Hold on, guys. You could be thankful for anything. You could be thankful for, let's say, water. Okay, I am thankful for us to still be able to get clean water. I am thankful for us to have electricity, to have heat. Right now, we're in well, not the middle of winter, kind of beginning of winter, but we already had no heat for a few days in our building, and it was it was not great. We had electricity, so we had the boiler has broken. It was really difficult to just using one heater, but we still had electricity. I was so thankful. Okay, Zina, you're making too much noise, honey. I was so super thankful for having electricity that we were able, even though it's gonna cost us an arm and a leg, bad programming. Don't use it's gonna cost extra money that we are not happy to dish out for that, but that's I was still super happy that we had electricity, and thankful that we did. And then I was thankful for having shelter, because I understood how important shelter is, especially if you have winter. Okay, there are a lot of people who right now, okay, I live in Toronto, which is a big city. There are a lot of homeless people, especially because of the pandemic, and a lot of people are out on the street because the shelters are not taking everybody, and there are restrictions. And like, I just can't imagine how people live through the winter. And there are people who live through the winter in the winter here, which we have super harsh winter. So I was thankful for that. And I want you to understand, when you come from a point of giving thanks and understanding of how much you really have. I was thankful for having food for Christmas, okay? For being able to get it, even though I felt like I couldn't do like anything for like a week because of too much shopping and stuff. So walking has been a really huge challenge for me since, and I have not been able to do things. But yeah, so like laying down in bed is one of the things that I have to do to kind of get through the day. On my well, in my current health uh, situation, which I'm also already working towards of changing. So I have put a program for myself that to help me to get out of that situation. All right. So everything is about programming. Everything is about understanding where you are, recognizing the things, because sometimes you live in a certain situation and you say, oh, this is just my life. I hate my life because whatever. Bad programming. Okay. uh, Whatever your life is, there are things can always be improved. Okay. Wherever you are, whatever it is, look for improvement, because the moment you look, the moment you ask yourself the right questions, is when you're going to be able to make those changes. And you ask yourself what you want, what you want to change, and then you have to ask the right questions to make a program for yourself on how you're going to make those changes as well. Okay. And then you make changes all along the sometimes the program, you set something, it doesn't quite work that way. All you have to do is just tweak it a little bit, and then as long as you get from point A to point B, you're good. All right. um okay, yeah, so know that you are not alone in one of 26. I think that number already has increased, I don't know, But yeah, the amount of people who have seizures, and remember that there are a lot of people who have seizures who are not diagnosed with epilepsy and or seizures, okay, as well. So um, I'm pretty sure that number is bigger right now. So yes, the side effects from meds are a completely separate topics. You're absolutely right, Rick, and that could be a topic. I'm not sure if I can actually. I might make that kind of video private and then just have a private link for you guys two, because those are not like topics that are regular topics for YouTube. Okay, so I could have, let's say, that on our website, which I'm setting up, and we could have a link to this private video, which is only going to be for people who will have the link to it. Okay, we could set that up and talk about that topic, which is private, obviously. And yes, agree. Meds are a whole other beast. One that I have some experience growing up. Yes, and Virginia also can attest to that in a big way. So, Sophia, it is, and even then, I found a difference in people who grew up with them and those of us who had them later on as adults. So Rick says, actually, I learned much later, and after taking daily, that I have these my whole life. It just was not noticed exactly what I was talking about. So people don't know that they have seizures. Okay, they're not aware of them, and uh, that they're not even diagnosed by some doctor and put into the data. Okay, they're like the world's data. So not even notice them until they were tonic clonic. Okay, but the aura and deja vu is part of me. So I believe uh, Virginia has had, or she has shown uh, to be a little different when she grew up. So she had a lot of these kind of emotional outbursts when she was younger and stuff. So there's a possibility that she had the other seizures before. Like when she started having the seizures that when she was diagnosed at the age of 13, she had, um, we started paying attention to that. And I only knew about those seizures, so which were tonic-clonic seizures. I even had no clue that there are other types of seizures. I thought that was it. Okay, so not until years later, I started learning about different types of seizures, and um, and years later, so I don't know whether she developed the other seizures later or she had them and I was unaware of them, or we were both unaware of them. Now I can't tell because I clearly don't know. Uh, and I guess if I jog my memory, maybe someday a little bit further, try to recall things. Maybe I'll know. I know that one day on my birthday, she almost burned the house. I was out. I think I was working that day, and she was cooking something. She actually burned most of the kitchen, which was like all kind of black, already cleaned up and scrubbed by her father, which she called to come and help her to clean up because she managed, oh, she was still underage, but she managed to call she managed to call 911, and there was fire department that came, and look. So by the time I got home, I didn't know anything. I came in and like obviously I smelled stuff, so I said, "Well, what was burning?" And then they both told me it was my birthday. They both told me not to freak out, and they said, "Just don't freak out." And they said, "Okay, well, there was a fire department. In Virginia almost burned the house." And I said, "What?" And then so I saw like smudges all over the kitchen because there was like smoke. Like her father already washed the ceiling and the walls and stuff. They already managed to do that. So I was like away for hours, right? And but the thing is that I think that she had a seizure, let's say absent seizure or something. But because at some point she said that the frying pan caught on fire. So that's why I say, guys, if you have seizures, unless you live absolutely alone and there's no one else around and you have no other way but to cook by yourself, which even like I said to Virginia, if you have to cook and I'm not home, use the oven. Okay, use the oven to cook on like a lower setting, so if anything happens, things don't go really really bad. Because of that experience, with the house, almost burned up before that, and she said that the frying pan caught on fire. So somebody said that all those frying pans were like the cheap pans from, yeah, I'm not gonna say the name of the company where I bought it, but that those catch on fire. I think the fire department said that to them. They just repeated it to me, and I thought like later on that Virginia, well, she already had the tonic-clonic seizures. So I told her, "Did you have a seizure?" And she says no. So I'm thinking that she might have had an absent seizure and not know about it, because we didn't know about absent seizures at that time. We only knew about the tonic-clonic ones, and we only recognized those. So that's a long story short. Uh, Deviated from the power of focus. But the power of focus is, for all of us, anyways, is to learn about seizures and to understand them better, and that's what we're here for. Okay, so Sophie says, growing up, I had childhood absence epilepsy, and from 4 to 13 or so, I was on meds, and it had an impact. It never fully stopped the seizures, but it reduced, so which is good. Yes, which the Rick says, yes, same Sophia, on the meds. Actually, I have taken most of them, which is like Virginia. What I take now has reduced the length, but I still have them often. Now are in groups of three tonic-clonics, still getting hurt. Oh, so are you having like status? Well, it's still status epilepticus if you have one after another. So in group of three tonic-clonic, yeah, that is super hard for you. I'm pretty sure. Sorry to hear that, Rick. And Sophie says that last EEG showed spikes and waves, but it never formed into an absent seizures. But it is called epiformed. Okay. So just because, okay, let's say when they do the EEG, it's usually a very short study. Okay, so they kind of tell people to not to sleep throughout the night or maybe only to sleep like a couple of hours or so, and then just to be sleep deprived. And then so when they go for that short EEG study, they connect the person's brain, and then they want to be able to see what's going on as they sleep. So Sophie says, "Oh dear, I am so sorry," and that happened on uh, oh on the birthday. Yeah, I was really, uh, I was super relieved when, uh, when I, you know, I, when I knew that Virginia was okay. I was very proud of her, um, that she called the fire department. Okay, like I said, she was still underage, and she was a teenager, and she told me that she went to the neighbor's house and she asked them for help. Uh, and she says they just went like this, and I don't think they understood her at all. Different ethnicity, and they didn't do anything for her. Like, I mean, ambulance or fire department people should at least understand those words, right? Or fire, fire. And she said that she was, yelling that there's a fire in the house. But she managed to, fix things, and I was super glad that she was okay. And at the end of the day, I was very happy. So I was thankful that she was all right. Okay, that you know at that time that bad things did not happen to her, because property can always be, physical things are different than people that are in your life. And so you got to know that well-being is always more important than physical things. And yeah, so Sophie says, yeah, the 20-minute EEG does not show anything, but a 48-hour EEG, oh, okay, likely will show the spikes and waves. So, yeah, so there are longer EEG now, even in our city, and there's an epilepsy monitoring unit. For those of you guys who don't know, which Virginia already has visited twice. It is a unit where they connect people's brains, and they monitor them for a prolonged period of time. So pretty much until they are able to tell where their seizures are coming from, in the brain. So which location of the brain is it? Frontal lobe? Is it Virginia's a general. So she had seizures all over the brain. So she was never a candidate for surgery, and she had them all over. She had nocturnal. She even had non-epileptic seizures. So they have diagnosed her with all of those. Okay. I don't think they showed before. They even showed like smaller spikes, and I'm pretty sure those were like the smaller, maybe absent seizures that the maybe the thing didn't detect. I don't know, but from the printout they were saying, oh, okay, yeah, she has nocturnal seizures, and so Virginia has learned at that time she had nocturnal seizures. And I was just saying the other day on Christmas Day that I already knew that I already told her that, but she didn't internalize it until she was told by the EMU that she had nocturnal seizures. All right. So just recognizing and knowing and educating yourself on your own seizures, on what works for you, what's the best road for you is what you guys what you're after, because you want to improve the quality of your life. You want to make things better for you, and that's a perfectly normal thing to do, and it's a great thing to do. that you're striving to make things better, and always strive to make things better. Okay, I applaud that. Uh, okay, so Sophie didn't have, uh, haven't haven't had a 48-hour EEG since 2012. So yeah, have you ever considered going to the EMU? Because I mean, Virginia kind of got some answers. A lot of people get a better understanding of what type of seizures they have. Sometimes, you kind of get across a neurologist who can assess you better, who can find a better meds for you. That's what happened with Virginia last year. You guys know from the ones that already have been with us, that she broke the bone in her ankle, and then she broke the bones in her other leg, toes anyway. So she was in cast for most of the summer, and but being in the hospital and finding coming across a neurologist who really had to who really looked after her, okay, and who really like was in her corner and wanted to find uh, proper meds for her and help her to find a solution to what was going on. And guess what? The the positive affirmation prayers, if I could call them, that were answered, where Virginia says, "I'm seizure free," and so she's been seizure free for like almost a year. Then she had some seizures, and then she's been okay again. I think the seizures she had is because she missed her medication or she lowered it without, telling anybody. And she's back on her dosage that works for her, and she's good again. And I am very glad. I'm still paying attention because she still has those outbursts of feelings and emotions, and that's when you guys got to pay attention to, because when those things are happening, it's because something physiological and emotional and chemical is already going on in the body. And when you're paying attention to that, that's when you can recognize what's going on. um, so Rick says, yes, those EEGs vary a lot. I have had numerous V, okay, I guess EEGs done. It always varies, even when having a long tonic-clonic seizure. My video EEGs are 5 days. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like, yeah, video EEGs is like being in a epilepsy monitoring unit, right? Is that like where you go? Because it kind of sounds like that. And like we have one here in Toronto, and those are usually located in like bigger rural areas where you guys can go and have, you have to stay there for a specific amount of time. Like Sophie said, she had a 2-day EEG, and Yurik had a five. The first time Virginia went to epilepsy unit, the EMU, she stayed, I think it was 27 days, 26 or 27 days. And our first, very, very first video on Epilepsy channel is the EMU. So you guys, if you go all the way to the beginning of the very first video we have created, it was with the experience from the epilepsy unit, sorry, EMU, which is epilepsy monitoring unit. and her reflections on her stay over there and how she felt, and wow, things she had to go through too. So yeah. Okay, so Sophie says, because of COVID, I have not been able to follow up with the new epileptologist. I had an MRI just before things shut down. Okay, so things are clearly on the back burner for a lot of things, and one of them is, things that are not an absolute uh, emergency, okay? And you guys have to. I know, Sophie, but we just gotta put up with it. And I mean, um, I have not seen my doctor, which I have been going to see on regular basis. I have not seen my doctor since the beginning of this year. All right. I've called and I said, hey, if there was like a paperwork, I'd say, can you fill it up like that, without me having to show up to the office? And things don't always come out the way they're supposed to. So I have to kind of fix a couple of things that didn't go the right way because we weren't able to visit, or I could have gone a visit, but I chose not to for many things. Like right now, for like medications, for meds and stuff, they just have pharmacy fax the doctor, and then they send the meds, the prescription there, and that's how things are done because of the COVID and because of the restrictions and for health reasons, right? Like um, I don't want to go to hospital. I don't want to go to emergency unless it is absolutely, absolutely necessary. Okay. Uh, okay. So Rick says, yes, I understand. I am generalized. Also, is the basic term have had all types. It explains a lot of my childhood. Sad, I have no one left to tell it to. Well, you can tell it to us. You can share your experience with us. And the reason that sharing your experiences is important is not just for us, so we can learn from you. You learn from us, we learn from you. Like, I constantly learn from you guys. And other people learn from you as well. So when you share things that happen to you, other people read it and they say, "Oh, you know what? This happened to me." And maybe I have this kind of seizures, or what's happening, I don't understand what's going on. uh, when I first came across the myoclonic seizures that Virginia started having, it scared me so badly because I didn't know what was going on. It was a new seizure that I was not aware of. Okay. And she was not responding, she was very rigid, so it was a myoclonic um, seizure, but it was tonic at the same time. So it's called myoclonia with abscesses and tonic at the same time. It was, anyways, I mean, the first time it was super, super scary for me. And yeah, so understanding seizures is super important, okay? Uh, I agree. So Sophie says agree. I also, I also think it best to avoid the hospital and doctors until this stops. So yeah, like I have, I've actually had to go. Uh, I've had so many problems with. Well, I'm obviously in my older years, so I've had a lot of problems with my teeth. and a lot of I had a lot of teeth break this year, like all throughout the year. I had one broke when I went to visit my other daughter, and I was scared. I actually went to the hospital because in her area they were not able to do anything for me. It was like a small town, and so anyways, when I came back to the city, I had things done to it, a whole bunch of things. So, well, the rest of it was removed. The person who, I don't know if this guy had enough experience, but he broke another adjacent tooth as well. And then I had to go back to have that tooth fixed. That tooth still is showing that there is like another hole in there, so he probably broke a lot more. So it's like a whole bunch of things, and with we have to have patience because with the pandemic, we have to have patience. Now, I am concerned because I have two more teeth. One of them that I repaired extensively this year, even though with the pandemic, because I didn't want, like, I have not much left. So it's difficult to eat. But it was a molar, so I wanted to fix it, and I fixed it. And it took like almost a year to get it properly fixed. And then I think it's been a little over a month, maybe a couple of months. It completely broke off. So it broke off the rest of the tooth. Like, obviously, I didn't have money to put a crown on it and, afford a crown and stuff like that out of my pocket. So that broke off. Then the adjacent molar that I had also broke. So right now I'm at the point where they told me when I was talking about the first tooth, the molar, it was they said we kind of don't want to do it because the bone from that molar is infused into your jaw. So to remove that, they would have to, I think, cut into the bone, which at this moment, like time of the pandemic, like I don't know which one to choose. Am I going to choose to have this? Like I'm scared. This other second, well, the first molar I had a root canal. The second one, I don't know if it had a root canal. So that one broke off like just last week. So now I have two more molars gone, not much left there to eat. I eat I eat like a baby, just like chew like a baby food. But the whole idea is to kind of when you want to make a decision, how important it is to um, to be there, okay? Because you need to still be safe. Okay, you still need to be safe in a pandemic, meaning if it's something that could mean a possible uh, serious complications, then you need to go and have it looked at. Okay, which I think I still have to have it looked at because of the second molar. I don't know if I had right now it's not hurting. It's not there. It's two molars are completely gone. But I don't know if it's gonna start giving me problems. When it does, I the moment it does, let's say it gets to the root, if there is a root, so which I probably have to still go back to the dentist, which we're in a lockdown right now. So the dentist has been sending me notifications. I'm just talking about this because you guys, we're in a pandemic and this is super important, okay? So my dentist has been sending me notifications that I can still go and to make an appointment, that I'm due for an appointment. I guess people don't really want to go. I don't want to go. I know I have to go. So like I'm scared because I'm in my older age and I'm at risk. and I don't want to be there. So, but I know I have to go. That somebody has to assess and say, yes, you have to have, because that at this point this is going to be probably a surgery where they have to remove the bones, and scary because it's in my mouth. Like, somebody's going to be there with my mouth being open for such a long time. That is dangerous. Okay. So I don't want to do it, uh, but I have to have it checked. Okay, for safety reasons. The moment somebody's teeth get infected, they cannot even remove them at that time. It has to heal before they can remove them. So I don't know if I even want to go that road, because that happened to me, and I had the first one that broke. I had to do that. So, anyways, long story short, guys, always pay attention to your health. If anything is super serious, you have to put it um, on the scale of a priority. How important it is to to make that choice between, is it okay for me to stay home, or do I really have to be seen by a doctor for safety reasons? Like, how important it is. Okay, if it's super super important, just go and have it checked. Okay. um so So I think I already read this, but I'm gonna repeat again. Agree. I also. Oh, okay. Yeah, I did read it. I also think it best to avoid the hospital and doctors until this stops. So Rick says, "Cool. Glad she found e-clinic. So is where I go now. Also, the changes in the VA allow me to go there." What is a VA? I'm not sure. Okay. Uh, so Sophie says they would readily accept someone like Rick or Virginia, uh, than someone like me who has very small seizures. Oh, than someone like, okay. No, I hear you. Yeah. So I mean, Sophie, unless it is affecting you to the point where it's really um, uh, it's affecting your well-being, then it's best to hold it off. Okay, like anything, like, okay, sometimes people, like, in my case, I think I should have gone already the moment it kind of broke off, and I should have made an appointment. I don't want to. I waited with my first tooth to fix for a very long time. That was already in, I think, in March, February. I think I made an appointment just before the pandemic, like, was official, and then I think it became official and stuff, and things were kind of slow still at that time. But I was already scared to go, and I didn't want to go, but I had to. So in in terms, uh, okay, not sure what that means. Okay, yes, it is. The monitoring unit is another name. Oh, okay, I have also had one done at home. It connects to a laptop. Oh, it lasted 3 days. Really? Okay, so they have, which is probably kind of next. I think which is probably like the next step, as opposed to having people like just like bringing people to hospital for monitoring units. An alternative is a good alternative to have people connected to a laptop and measure your brain, right? um so yes, I know the general setup is very interesting. I like to learn of other seizure types and look at EEGs. Nice. Yes, are many types and reasons for them. I meant no one to share from my own family. Okay, because I was a strange child. It explains a lot of what I did, but are many conditions with a seizure link. So Sophie says, you are more than welcome to share part of all of your epilepsy story. So yeah, that's what we mean by share your story. Um, and I know you, Rick, you put it in poems, and I'm sure a lot of people will resonate with that, and you have somewhere to share your story, someone to share your story with, and people who will understand you, right? Um, and Sophie says this is a safe place. Was very hyper. So Rick says was very hyper. What would be labeled ADD now? My sister has migraines and lupus, and I think there is a link to that. Um, so ADD, many people who have ADD, they have seizures. Lupus also has a link to that. So clearly, guys, we have to deal with so much, and just be patient and do the best we can and embrace, what we're given, and strive to improve our lives the best way we can. Okay, and to heal more than anything, to focus on healing, and doesn't matter uh, what the medicine says. Even if they say, oh, you can't heal cancer, there are many people who are cancer free today, because of the unconventional way they went about healing their cancer. Okay. um Sophie says, Eric, I am seizure free, but I it caused sensory processing disorder, autism like behavior, ADHD, uh, low gross and fine motor tone, anxiety. Everyone with any of these conditions will be different. Sophie says, but I am willing to share uh, what it is like. So it is very important. Other people are going through that, and Sophie, that is very very important to share. Okay, a lot of people are scared, because people don't want to be labeled. There's still a lot of stigma, uh, and people don't want to be called names or be labeled in a certain way, and just you're along people who understand you, and who will definitely uh, benefit from you sharing your story. Okay. Rick says, yes, those stories are important. It is why I read the forums on the ecom for 2 years. Those stories are still there, and I have told many people to read them. Oh, interesting, Sophia. Yes, I agree. I have been doing this so long. It is just how I am. Still, no doubt, even at 56, I am the poster child for ADHD. And Rick says, actually, the Capra is finally what slowed me down. So that has worked for Virginia, is part of her cocktail. And actually, the main side effect is depression. Yes. For me, I ran fast and hard my whole life. I was diagnosed with seizures but went untreated for years. So, yeah, Rick, so uh, Kepler actually works for a lot of people. It also brings other emotional issues that may not work very well for people. A lot of them is anger, sometimes rage, and so that has to be again addressed by another type of meds that will curb that behavior. Okay, and I hope that you are taking something for that. Which you're probably taking something for ADHD as well. So you have to be careful because more is not always better. Sometimes some people take too much. One of Virginia's friends, actually, epilepsy friends, she was taking like, uh, I think it was seven or more at the same time. And I was saying she had lots of seizures at that time, so clearly it was not working. Okay, and she got off of all of them. At which point, I'm not saying for you guys to quit taking your meds. At which point she actually stopped having seizures completely. Um, Hers were diagnosed at that time. They were non-epileptic seizures. Okay, so and she stopped completely. Okay, and then she's addressing it in a natural way right now. So using alternative, um, using alternative, what's it called? Alternative medications. Okay. Um, okay. Okay, the VA is veteran admin. Okay, hospital. I didn't know. They have made changes to allow outside doctors to help or see other clinics. Okay, that's good. Sophie says, I also get very tired from doing everyday tasks. Those with epilepsy get tired more than neurotypical. Yes. So this is for anyone who doesn't have seizures, who doesn't have epilepsy, to understand that the epilepsy hard part is not just having seizures. It's all the time in between. It's all the time dealing with so many different side effects of everything, not just of the illness itself, but of some call it illness, some call it condition. Yeah, I call it chronic illness because it is chronic. And excuse me, Missy, you can't have any of this. No, no, Mama. You can have water. These are my magnesium pills. She can't have any of that. Okay, guys, I posted the link. Make sure that you're taking supplements, okay? Magnesium, that you take your. I put them in a smaller container because some of these containers are really. This is vitamin D, okay? This is go to cola. Be careful with that. If you have seizures, you gotta uh, make sure that your everything else that you're taking that is okay with the go-to cola. It helps to bring oxygen to the brain, which also exercise does. So for those of you who walk on a regular basis or who do regular exercise, you don't really need that. You just want to bring extra oxygen to your brain. Do breathing exercises. You can do just physical exercise helps to bring oxygen to the brain as well. So uh, Sophie says, like mom, and I went shopping and I napped on the way home. Matthew, how are you, Matthew? Nice having you with us. How was your holidays? Matthew says, hi there. I am glad to meet you, and I am epileptic myself, and I have a question. Okay. What do you do if you are by yourself and have a seizure? Okay. Matthew, what type of seizures do you have? And what is your biggest concern? So, do you have tonic-clonic? What happens in your seizures? Like, what is the afterward? Do you lose your consciousness when you have seizures? So, just tell us a little bit more about it. And what would your biggest concern with that issue be? So, um, I don't know, let me just wait for the answer. But let's say hypothetically somebody has a tonic-clonic seizure and they get injured. So depending on the injury, if you think you have hit your head and you might have had concussion, it may be um, depending on how you feel, on how it unveils. If you have a very bad headache or something, you may have to have your a CT scan to make sure that the brain is okay, that there has been no other issues that have developed because of the seizure. Now, if there's any physical injury, visible injury, if you have a serious injury, you really have to address that, okay? And then obviously you have to call ambulance. Somebody can pick you up and help you. um, so Sophie says, hi Matthew, welcome to the live stream. Try to alert friends or relatives. Yes, so friends or relatives, depending, like I said, if you have injuries, okay, let you may have to call ambulance. All right, always use your decision. I mean, not always ambulance was the best solution for us, because at the beginning, when someone doesn't have enough experience, medical professionals in hospitals also may not have enough experience to deal with seizures. Many times they gave or administered meds to Virginia that were uh, very kind of dangerous for her. Not kind of, that resulted to be dangerous for her at the moment. And so you have to be very careful. Best to have a bracelet, okay, a medical bracelet with any type of um, if you have any type of allergies, okay, and if there are certain meds that you're not that you can't take, you could have that engraved. Actually, I put a link below the video, and there's a link below the video to get a medical bracelet with free engraving. Okay, so they can engrave, they can say seizures, for example, or epilepsy, and then it can have engraved allergic to, and then have a list of allergies. And there's, well, a certain amount of letters that they will put on it. But if you have room, you can also say do not administer, and then say specific type of meds that you don't want to be administered, because they actually did that to Virginia, and it was a really close call. It was very scary, and I have not trusted medical professionals since. So I always want to, if she's not very conscious and she's going to the hospital, I run like hell to make sure that I'm there, to make sure that nobody gives her anything that she shouldn't be given. All right. Um, so Matthew says, grandma and okay, have grandma and night tremors. Okay. Yes, me too, Matthew. So Rick says. And then Sophie says, if you have a warning, use the time to prep. If you can keep yourself safe, and is not my seizure type, but I will try to advise. So, okay, so the first advice for tonic-clonic seizures, okay, you guys are, whether you by yourself or not, if you have auras, so hopefully, I don't know, Matthew, if you have auras, if you do, so the first thing to do is to right away to get ready for to have the seizure, okay, so which is usually lay down in a safe position for seizure, okay, even if you are wherever you are, okay, you need to lay down in a safe place for you, okay, to have a seizure, all right. um, and you usually know when it does not always work the same way. So the timing could be different, but usually when people have auras, they know how many minutes or seconds they have before the seizure happens. Virginia had so for so many years she had seizures. She had no auras. She didn't know they were gonna come on. So this was always a very scary experience with no warning. Okay. So the next thing is, so lay down in a safe position, all right. Again, if you have, there is a device, there's a device that alerts people, they can alert your family members of you having a seizure, okay. Or I think there's also I don't know if there's alert for ambulance or how it works, but I know for sure, for a fact, that it can alert, I think, up to two or more, at least I think up to two family members, that you are having a tonic-clonic seizure. Okay, so then somebody can either call for ambulance. I don't know how much that costs. I will have to look into it. I don't know if you're familiar with that. If you are, please let me know. Rick says, no on those ADHD meds is another topic. I do not agree with most of them, by the way, and I do not like taking Kepra, but cannot stop. I know now is a fine line getting adjusted to these meds. Yes, I agree. Uh, Okay, I think that can. I'm not sure if that can show. I'm hoping it is. I'm gonna just read it. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna accept it in the later on playback. Okay, but so the word I say before going in, one that I say is OSEHIT. Okay. So I'm gonna hide that, but I did read it for people to know that that's what happens to you. Okay, so do you have? So you say that, so you know before it happens. Okay, so what do you do? Do you lay down in a safe position? um, do you How soon before it happens do you know it's gonna happen? So that's usually your aura, which is feeling a specific way of feeling, maybe smelling different smells, deja vu feelings and stuff like that. So you guys know yourself, and when you have these, that usually when you know when the seizure is coming on. First of all, to be laying down in a place safe from, let's say, anything else that can fall down on you. So let's say you're in the living room and you know that you're not going to make it to the bed. You lay down in a position somewhere safe in your living room, okay, which will be somewhere on the floor away from any other stuff. And you just kind of wait your seizure to get through. But again, I'm gonna look into that device. I don't know. Sometimes a government will help the person to acquire those. I'm not sure, depending on where you live. Okay, you may be eligible for government assistance to get one of those, and it would alert, um, let's say, family member or a couple of family members to when you have a tonic-clonic seizure. Mind you, it may not always work. It will put them on alert every time, but at least they know that you have the seizure. Um, there is also, uh, you could have cameras set up in your home. Okay, so on top of having that bracelet, so the alert bracelet for seizures, okay, that alerts your family. Um, Second thing is the medical alert bracelet with the list of your, well, first of all, of what you have. So if you have seizures or you've been diagnosed with epilepsy, and then a list of any uh, what do you call it, allergies that you have. Okay, so this is for any time, if you ended up in the hospital, for you to be safe, to make sure they don't give you anything that you don't want to be given. Okay, so you put that on your alert bracelet. And the third thing you can do is set up cameras in your home. Okay, I mean, we all have a different degree of being able to afford certain things. Sometimes you can ask family members or even other people, let's say, do a fundraiser on Facebook or something, to ask people to help you to obtain something like that. Let's say you want to buy um, those um, those cameras that you can set all over your apartment. I don't know how big your apartment is or house, that you can set it up everywhere, and that your family, let's say appointed family member, will have access to it, and they will know. So let's say you're having a seizure, and the alert bracelet is going to let them know that you're having a seizure. They can, right away, they can look at the cameras in your home and see, how you're doing. Where the seizure is happening, are you safe? Okay, so that's what I mean by, especially when you live by yourself. um okay. So Rick says, I made my bed and my room a safe place, Matthew. I sleep in the middle of my bed, surrounded my pillows, even set my bed on the floor. Okay, very good, because uh, Virginia has fallen off the bed before, so that's a very safe and smart thing to do. Matthew says, I am usually cooking. When I get burned, I say it, then I collapse. Okay. Um, so this is something I want to encourage you to do, Rick. Sorry, Matthew. I don't know. I think you were not here for the story when I was saying that Virginia almost burned the house, and it happened because the frying pan caught on fire. Okay, she was cooking. I was not home, and it was obviously dangerous. And obviously, she had a seizure. I'm pretty sure she had a seizure. I don't think it just caught on fire and she probably had an absence seizure she didn't know, or even the other one she didn't know it was happening. The long story short is after that, because of her seizures, because when she collapses, she's obviously unconscious and things can happen. Excuse me, and cooking is not safe when you have seizures. Let me just, I'm gonna elaborate on that. Good. So, cooking on the stove. So, I wanted to rephrase that. Is a lot more dangerous than cooking in the oven. Okay. So, I know you live by yourself. So, again, setting the cameras, okay, could be kind of safety, not kind of, it would be a big safety thing for you if you have a family member who can monitor your place. Um, Also, having a smoke detector and a carbon monoxide detector in your home. And I don't know if those cameras, if audio and video can be transmitted. It's best if you get the ones where audio is also transmitted, and then if there's anything happening, let's say your let's smoke detector goes off and your family member hears smoke detector, and they can, well, address it accordingly, clearly. So this is one of the things that um people who live alone could set up. Okay, so three things in place. One is some kind of an alert that either to have someone to come to your aid when you have a seizure. Other alerts would be the alert for if you're cooking, for obviously smoke detector, smoke alarm, and monoxide detector, and cameras. Okay, set up with video and audio. Okay, if somebody, to be able to monitor them. Somebody you trust, obviously. And fourth thing would be to have a bracelet, a medical bracelet with, again, I'm going to repeat, with what you have. So let's say you have seizures or epilepsy, and the list of um, allergies that you have, and the list of meds that you don't want to be administered if you go to the hospital. Okay. Um, okay. So the next thing that I didn't get to it yet, I was gonna say, I told Virginia that when I go out, and she gets hungry because she always seemed to be wanting to prepare food when I'm not home. I told her not to do that when I'm not home, and I said if you absolutely have to prepare your food for yourself, do it in the oven. So put it in a big enough container, safe container, so it doesn't spill. Don't put any grease in it, so it doesn't spill grease, and that it's, put it low enough so it doesn't kind of blow smoke and stuff. But cook it in the oven. I know if you have to pay for hydro, that's going to be a more expensive way to go. It is also a safer way to go. Okay, and especially if you're cooking and you're having seizures when that happens, this is the best way to go. All right. VNS, yes. So Rick says, start using the oven to cook is a good idea. Okay, yes, Rick, you're on the right track. And I'm pretty sure that you're doing that for safety reasons, which is a very good choice. All right. And Rick says, yes, I agree with using a med alert, dog tags, or bracelet. I have dog tags that say it. Okay, very good. Um, and if you can, have any allergies that you have that you want to kind of engrave on that as well. All right. Both. So Sophie says both work to stop the seizure before it is visible. So yeah, so Sophie says, I think it is called VNS or newer RNS. So there are also, yes, VNS, which uh, they take time to be tweaked. Tweaked meaning even if you have a VNS implanted, it takes time to adjust it, okay, to the working position. So it's kind of like you gotta find the right meds to help your seizures. You kind of have to tweak the VNS to I think it's called, I don't know what it's called, a frequency or kind of waves that it will respond to your type of seizures and to, you know, to work with you in a way of preventing the seizures. Um, Rick says, yes, it is funny with an aura is actually a partial seizure. Yes, it is. Had them for years, but did not realize it was a warning. Oh, okay. So we learn, obviously, with time from our own, and the reason why we have the epilepsy channel is for others to learn as well from other people, from us, you know, to be able to kind of get quicker to get that help, you know, that you can share what, you know, what is going on in your life and how you can help. You guys are helping others right now to deal with their seizures and make their life easier. So thank you for that. Thank you for being here. Um, uh, so you did not realize it was a warning. I do not have them now as a rule, but most of mine are in my sleep. So you have nocturnal seizures. Uh, hope okay. So what do you do, Rick? I hope that you have that your pillows are not like high pillows as well. Now I've noticed that Virginia sometimes she sleeps with a like with a pillow like this, and she'll sleep like I have to sleep like that, but I put it under my neck to support the neck because I have a breathing problem. If I lay down too low, I have a super like well breathing problem, so that's another issue. But hers is like when you sleep like this. Let's say you have a high pillow and then your head is tilted forward. You're cutting the airflow, okay, to your brain. You need oxygen. You need to really, really breathe well. So having something which is not a full pillow, but like a roll, something like this, like a roll. This is my microphone. Something like a roll that you could put under your neck, okay, as opposed to a pillow, which supports your neck, keeps your head straight. You're sleeping on the side. But if I put this and well, I'm big, so it's a different story. But for a regular sized person, you put one of those rolls, or you could roll up a pillow, put like bands or something around it to have like a roll, okay, instead of having a pillow. And you put it under your neck, so your neck is straight. You have a good airflow, breathing, okay, and that you have good oxygen coming to your brain when you sleep. This is super important. Uh, okay, so Sophie says, form, even though I have, oh, for me, even though I have these flurries, which are the seizure like oops, activity, have a warning before I have a bad episode. So yeah, you know, it is difficult when you have no warning because Virginia, we had to deal with this for so many years. Now sometimes she had a few warnings, which she done if she did not pay attention to them. She obviously many times there were injuries, that she could have avoided if she kind of understood more and addressed the issue at the moment, knowing that she is gonna have a seizure, or she's about to have a seizure, or she says, "Oh, I just kind of wanted to finish things up uh, before going lay down for the seizure." I said, "Virginia, when that comes on, you have to go right away. You go lay down, because the seizure can come on like at any time right after that." Okay, so it is very good practice to make sure, if you have an aura. Okay, so here it is, Matthew. If you have an aura, okay, you have a let's you recognize your auras, and you're gonna feel that you may have a seizure coming on. Okay, turn off turn off your, like, if you're cooking on top of the burner, I strongly advise against it, but if you have to, turn it off. Okay, best cook in the oven, like Rick said. This was always my advice for Virginia, and I said, and she's been cooking in the oven. It costs more money if you have to pay for electricity, but it's the proper, it's the safe way to go. Okay, and I tell her, cook in the oven. Make sure that it's not set too high, and we have both smoke detector and carbon monoxide detector here, so um, that part is covered for that. And so okay, so Sophie has warning before her bad episodes, and like my hands will shake more in days leading up to the flurries. All right, so sometimes, okay, so for, let's say, for Virginia, um, I know that her seizure is building up when she starts acting out. When there's like a lot of being obnoxious, responding in a bad way, and I don't blame her, because I know it's the meds, and it's the that it's not her fault. Okay, um, I do sometimes, say, want to put a stop to it. If she's you're behaving really badly, I let her know, hey, I don't deserve it. So she'll come around after that and apologize. But the thing is, I know when hers build up. So sometimes it will be days. Sometimes it will just happen, and sometimes it will be days, and sometimes when she had like so many seizures happening all the time, and different kinds, it just had no what do you call it? It had no flow. It had no form. It just happened. But yeah, so things can build up as well, and you guys, you should pay attention to everything that happens. It could be smell. It could be feeling nauseous. Okay, your aura could be feeling nauseous. Your aura could be some kind of lights. Aura could be smell. Kind of read on what type of auras there are, so you can recognize them, especially for you, Matthew. Okay, if you get burned when you're cooking, you don't want that happening. That's dangerous. Uh, Matthew says, I am trying to so hard not to fall asleep, cause it is usually to fall asleep after having like five back to back earlier. So five back to back, it is status epilepticus, and I hope you are aware of that. um, I would see if I could get a neurologist reassess you with the types of seizures you have and with the types of meds that you have, to reassess you and see if you could um, go with a different type of meds. Okay, the reason I'm saying is because it took us over 13 years to get the right kind for Virginia, and the kind that actually works. All right, and sometimes it may take just that and the right type and the right kind and the right amount. All right, a five back to back, it is a huge status epilepticus. It takes a lot out of you, for tonic clonic. I'm sorry to hear that. So Sophie says, like, my hands. Okay, I already read that. So interesting, Sophia. Uh, and I like the term flurries. Please take care. Do not overexert. Okay, so and then Sophie says, well, Rick, the term flurries comes from the doctor to describe the activity. I like the term too. So, on the note of you feeling that you don't want to fall asleep, all right? Um, I really, really want to say this. Uh, Matthew, you need to come in terms with falling asleep being a thing that actually is gonna heal you. Okay? Positive, positive, focus, positive. Okay, so today's the beginning. You were not here from the beginning, but I want you to have a chance to start watching the when it's a replay. Okay, when you have time to watch the whole replay. Okay, and to really pay attention to what I talk about when the power of focus and the power of positive affirmations. And the reason I'm saying that is especially for you or people who are afraid to fall asleep, especially for people who have nocturnal seizures. Okay, they are afraid to fall asleep because they don't want to have a seizure. All right, and people are saying, I don't want to have a seizure, I don't want to have a seizure, I don't want to have a seizure. Guess what's going to happen? You're going to have a seizure. Okay, the power of focus. The brain does not understand a negation, meaning, yeah, I don't wanna. The moment you say whatever you say, I don't want to see, I don't want to focus on pink elephants. Guess what? You see a pink elephant in your mind, okay? Or at least you see an elephant. If you don't, we always, I imagine a gray elephant because that's the color, or grayish brown. But I red elephant or whatever. But to understand the point and to understand the power of sleep, the power of focus, the power of sleep. So the sleep is essential to rebuild your brain cells, for you to get back to health and to regain your health, to rebuild your brain cells. Okay, it takes 7 years to rebuild, to get through a whole cycle of uh, a specific part, or the whole body. It takes 7 years to rebuild all of the cells, okay, of the body. So just imagine that for the next 7 years, you're gonna put your self, or you're gonna set yourself on a journey to have specific amount of hours of sleep. So again, years ago, I have started talking to Virginia, and I told her, and I spoke to her on the power of sleep. She had severe insomnia issues, okay, growing up, and there had been underlying reasons for that, and she had, and she like practically had like just literally a few hours of sleep every night, maybe 2 3 hours, or sometimes maybe less, or sometimes a little bit more, but she never had like full nights of sleep. And I said, even just that alone can drive anyone to to start having seizures. The reason being is that the body does not have enough time to recover and to rebuild the cells. Okay, your cells are built only when you sleep. So I want you to understand that part of physiology, guys. If you want to get healthy, you want to have healthy brain cells, you want to have healthy connections, you need to have healthy sleep. Okay, even if it's just sleep, you gotta say, we got to the point where I said, Virginia, you have not slept for years, you have always short slept. So right now 12 hours works best for her of sleep. 12, yeah, 12 hours of sleep. Okay, and I said, it's not that you have to hurry to go to work, and it's not that you have to hurry to go to school. Just sleep off until you feel better, you feel rested. Okay, because she doesn't always sleep 12 hours, but she has been working towards that. And I said, if you cut yourself, you sleep short, you're cutting the time of your, or rebuilding your cells, you're cutting it down. Okay, and so if you haven't slept for years enough, you need to add those few hours to, let's say that regular people who like to sleep 9 hours to kind of recover and recharge, you add those 3 hours over a few years if you must. If you can sleep 12 hours, you sleep those 12 hours, okay? Because your cells are built, okay? They rebuild, and you recover and rebuild while you sleep, okay? Super, super important. Um, so adding to sleep as much as you can. Power of focus. I want you to look at the sleep, not from the point of being scared to go to sleep because you're going to have a seizure, but from the point that it will rebuild your brain cells while you sleep. Okay, and because cutting your sleep short will bring on more seizures. So guess what? The more you sleep, the more your body rebuilds the cells, the healthier your brain cells are gonna be, the less the seizures you're gonna have. Okay, it's not gonna happen overnight. So you gotta be patient, and you gotta say, okay, you know what? I'm gonna, uh, put myself. Um, I'm gonna make this my new program for sleeping for myself, which I'm talking as Matthew right now, and you're gonna say, okay, I'm gonna sleep 12 hours a night, or whenever the time is that you set up for yourself to sleep. Best time is night. It's the healthiest one. Make sure the room is pitch black. It's best. Okay. For the cameras that you set, if you plan to set cameras, you can have night vision cameras in your bedroom. So if you're having, or when you're having seizures, and let's say it's alerting your family member when you have a seizure, that you have a night vision camera, that they can see if you are having a seizure, or if there's any complications, whatnot. Okay. And yeah, I lost my thought. I don't know what I was getting at. I guess night vision camera, and making sure that you sleep enough hours. Okay. Uh, Rick says, yes, Matthew. It is, and most people, or myself for sure, would have had to sleep them off. It takes time to let your brain readjust. So, yes. So when you have, especially Virginia always goes to sleep after a tonic-clonic seizure, depending on how How strong it was. Her sleep will depend on, I guess, the hours as well for her to recover from that. Okay, so a recovery, going to sleep after seizures, yes. Except for, there's only one exception, is if a person has had a concussion. Okay, which is, that's why if you have someone who can monitor you, if you can set up cameras, you can ask for a family member to pitch in financially, and kind of someone who can monitor you from the phone, so you can set up those wireless cameras. And I think that, yeah, the wireless ones or the wired ones, whatever works for you, and that your family member can help and monitor you. All right. um, okay, so Sophie says, I do want to say what these things uh, that I share in video, and what I described is a seizure or just nerves because of lack of EEG during that time. So Rick says, I have had VNS, by the way. Okay. Yes, it is the like electric wave you're adjusting. I actually broke mine having a long seizure. Really? So what happened? Did they shouldn't have they replaced it? Like, it's not still in your body, right? You gotta remove that. Um, and Sophie says, "Yikes! That is uh, and for and that is unfortunate." Yes, it is, and I hope that you addressed the issue, and that that you're fixing this for yourself. So I don't know whether they can kind of replace it, maybe at a lower cost, or I don't know what in your area what it costs to replace a VNS. And Mafia says, I am on 3,000 milligrams of Capra. Okay. So, yeah, that's a maximum. And hopefully, that you're taking something to counteract the effects of the actual side effects of that. Okay. Because that the side effects can cause seizures. And I'm saying that from experience, from watching Virginia, and from her behavior, and from how it affected her over the years, and how I know it, because I just know it. I've been around it for too long. So that is a large dose, Matthew. I hope it is helping to stop them. Sophie says, after dad died, I had a very hard time sleeping and used the internet to escape. Looking back, I was wrong uh, to do that. Yes. Sleep is very important. Even I myself, I kind of I want to wrap things up, and I want to create things and stuff like that. And sometimes I just have to, put the pin down and say, you know what, okay, that's it. I gotta put the rest off for tomorrow, and and get that sleep. And the reason is because, again, I'm gonna repeat, your body recovers from all days. Okay, it does not build new cells when you guys are awake. Nobody's body rebuilds new cells or builds new cells when they're awake. Um, the body uses is all of its resources to function throughout the day. So to think, to see, to deal with the light, to deal with the environment, to have to be able to move, to have to be able to digest the food. Okay, so you are not rebuilding your brain, which is the most important thing that you need to do. is to rebuild your brain cells. The more you sleep, the more you're going to rebuild your brain cells. Okay? So, Matthew, please, please change the focus from the thinking of I am scared to have a seizure by going to sleep. You change that to when I sleep, my brain rebuilds itself and I get better. Okay? So this is the power of focus, the power of self-program. You self-program yourself for success instead of failure. Okay? It is super, super important. Don't forget that the brain will act on your programming or anybody else's programming. And we are programmed every millisecond of our lives. All right? Even when you sleep. All right? So please, please, please watch the video from this live stream from the beginning, because I was talking about this, the power of focus, and um, how you reprogram the things that don't serve you, how you program it in a way that serves your lifestyle, that serves your life well, and that helps you to get healthy again. Right? Um, uh, Rick says, no, I use those long body pillows. Okay, on each side, and the head and foot, then sealed it within with several fitted sheets. The pillows are not loose. Okay, yeah. So it's important because especially when you have the nocturnal seizures, okay, or any seizures, if you're in bed, okay, you gotta be careful that you don't have like extra stuff hanging around, and you have to be able to breathe. Okay, so you have a free range of air to stay healthy. Okay, so Matthew says you only sleep 5 hours. Matthew, this is not enough. Okay, um, a healthy cycle for a healthy brain needs at least 9 hours of sleep. Okay, and we're talking about just rebuilding whatever the person lost during the day that day. We're not talking about years of sleep deprivation and deficit. Okay, so build upon, put yourself onto a new program for yourself to sleep 12 hours a day. Put everything in life everything else that you have in life. If you want to truly be healthy, the only way is to rebuild your brain cells, okay? And you gotta help your brain to do it. You gotta program your brain to do it. You gotta tell you this yourself that this is what you want, okay? And your brain will do it for you the moment it believes this is what you want, okay? That this is the way to go. So you gotta practice, practice, practice to sleep 12 hours a day, to have a regular schedule, okay, if you can. And then the best thing is to set a schedule. Say, hey, no matter what, every night at, let's say, 9 o'clock in the evening, I'm going to sleep, and I'm going to sleep till 9. So let's say you woke up 5 times. Hi, baby. That you woke up 5 times throughout the night, you go back to sleep until that clock hits 9 o'clock. All right? Now, let's say, a seizure happened or whatever, you need to sleep longer, and you need that day to sleep longer. Sleep it off. Okay? It is okay. It is healthy to sleep it off. You need to sleep it off for body to recover, to recuperate, to recharge, and to rebuild and to build new cells. All right, new healthy cells. Um, okay. Yeah. So Sophie says that is not sustainable. One needs 7 to 9 hours, if not more. being epileptic or having epilepsy. Yes. Sorry, was disconnected for a moment. Yes, Matthew, I also take the same amount of Capra plus 3,000 milligrams of Impa daily. Wow, that is very high dose on both. Rick, maybe talk to your neuro. If this cocktail is not working for you, maybe you need to tweak it a little bit. I'm gonna repeat again. More is not always better. All right. So sometimes a little bit less of something may just work just right for you. All right. Talk to neuro. You don't even have to go physically there. Have a conversation over the phone, and see what they can suggest for you. All right. Um, Rick says, interesting. You just sleep that much afterwards. Oops. Often, the no one seizure trigger is lack of sleep. Is very important. Often the no. Uh, okay, I'm not sure I got that, but I guess the whole idea is that lack of sleep, yes, triggers the seizures. And Sophie says, if you are triggered by lack of sleep, then one must get more than 9 hours of sleep. Yes, I agree. And I was just saying that because I believe that's what's working for Virginia. So, along with her changing her diet, like we changed a lot of basic things for Virginia, okay? So, her diet, she's vegan right now. She takes protein and she takes supplements, including magnesium, vitamin D, and others. And she sleeps 12 hours a day, not every night, well, I mean, night, day sometimes. But so I tell her that, for her to sleep that 12 hours. And sometimes she needs more, fine, just sleep more, okay? I'm not going to take that away from her. If the body feels that it needs it, just sleep. But yeah, so Sophie, you're absolutely right. If you have nocturnal seizures, then nap in a day and lay low. So napping in a day depends if that works for you. All right. For some people, it may work. For others, I would still suggest to put yourself on a 12-hour sleep um, schedule. Okay. So a routine. Maybe that's a better word for it. So 12-hour sleep routine where you propose yourself and you say from certain, let's say from 9 o'clock. I don't know if that works for you, everybody's different, but sometimes people go to sleep at 10, sometimes people go to sleep at 12, they'll sleep till 12 the next day. That's 12 hours. The best time is to sleep when it's pitch black, so when it's dark, so you could go to sleep at 6 o'clock in the evening, or 7, and then wake up at 7 or wake up at 6. Okay. And that's like, it's winter here where I am, so dark is for longer than 12 hours, but yeah, we get that in the winter. All right. It is best to have pitch black in the room. Don't have any cell phones, don't have any blue lights flashing, don't have any like your laptop open, or your screen open. And Matthew, Rick, guys, do not use the screen um, before you go to bed, like before you set yourself to go to sleep. For the last hour before going to sleep, try to do your best, and make it a habit to abstain from anything that's electronic. Okay,
So put your phone away, put your laptop away, kind of go and maybe if you have, let's say, laptop or music on your phone, don't look at it, the screen, just have it, let's say, on like a soft, relaxing music, or listen to some story maybe telling. There are audiobooks that you can, listen to, or there are videos that you can just put and listen to instead of having to watch them. Because I don't watch stuff on screen 1 hour before you go to bed. That helps the body to produce that right amount of melatonin, okay, to get a good REM sleep throughout the night. Okay, so your body needs to produce certain chemicals, all right, to have a healthy sleep. Now, if the too much light comes into your retina, into your eyes, especially before sleep, you will not get a good sleep, all right? So that's why I said 1 hour, sometimes 2 hours. You could read a book, you could just listen to the music. So set the music on a like a play or a playlist and just have it playing there without looking at the screen. Just have it there for before you go to bed, and then make sure everything is off. There's no blue flashing lights looking at you while you sleep, because which is Virginia started doing that, and I'm gonna have to cut that down because she started watching like people on Twitch and stuff, and I've been going over there and say, hey, close that, because she would have that open all night. That's not healthy. Okay, the healthy way of sleep, it's not just um, quiet. It's also as dark as possible. So the pitch dark is the best. Okay, so meaning if you have your phone, you have your cell phone, instead of having it on your bed right beside you, okay, uh, you don't have to completely turn it off, but you can put it farther away from you if you have an alarm on it. You can also set up one of those radio alarms or whatever if you have to wake up at a certain time. But not to have, there's like a blue light from my phone, okay, from my phone that flashes, that shows like notifications and stuff, and that flashes sometimes. I wake up, I see that blue light, and I wake up and I see it. I just turn my phone around, okay, because I don't want, that's a really really disturbing light. That thing goes straight to your retina, and it prevents from you having a really good healthy sleep. All right, and this is actually proven by doctors. um, I don't know if I could maybe post a link on. I would probably be able to post a link to that on the yeah, in the community tab. Okay, if I can find the video, guys, I'm going. This is a guy who was talking about sleep, about the importance of sleep, and what's the best ways of sleeping. Also, and this was actually extensive time that he was talking about. Um, uh, and one of them was to have a pitch black room when you're sleeping. Very important. Okay. Okay. So Rick says, yes, I have learned to even force myself to sleep. Now, I sleep 9 hours now, no matter what. That is a very good practice, okay? Now, if you can, depending on if you had deprivation before, you gotta pay attention to whether you feel, after those 9 hours, whether you feel you had enough. Because if you still feel your brain being like sleepy, not rested, then you haven't had enough sleep. Just pay attention to your own body. Your own body is kind of the guidance to what you need. Okay, so if 9 hours, you can try sleep 12 hours one day and say, oh hey, I feel really really good today. Okay, and then you know, okay, 12 hours is better than 9 for you. All right, so everybody is different. Um, and you gotta tweak it. You gotta tweak it to what works for you. All right, so so Matthew says, I sleep during the day usually. I am a night person. Okay, so yes, a lot of people are a night person. Matthew, there are ways of. Uh, so I have two recommendations for you because sleeping during the day, although I do it a lot of times, uh, it's not healthy. Okay, and I have been a nocturnal person for many years. For many years prior, not being able to work now, for many years, years before that, my work was always at night. So I would work night shifts and then I had to sleep throughout the day. So I trained my body to sleep throughout the day. Uh, what I'm gonna say is still it is not healthy to have that light coming in. So you could do something. There are little patches that you can buy. They're cloth. Okay, don't buy the plastic ones or anything. Those are not healthy. You want cloth just to cover your eyes so you can have so there's no light coming into your retina while you sleep. Okay, very important. Now, the guy when I was watching the video said even if your body catches the light, because they did the study on this, even when your body catches the light, you're still not gonna get the proper rest, okay, that you need if it was pitch black in the room. So, um, Matthew, if you can work around switching this is just a suggestion. Everybody, has their own lifestyle. You can, think about this. Maybe you would want to see for a certain amount of time, give it 90 days of sleeping at night with pitch black room and see if that works better for you. Okay, and well, at this point I'm really really gonna see if I can get that link to you guys for that video. Okay, and I'm pretty sure I'll be able to post it um, on our in our community tab. Okay, so I'm going to do that, and so watch that because this is a study that's been performed and it's been proven to work that way. Um, so Rick says, I agree to a degree on the focus idea. Was often the main topic on chat, often with younger people fighting sleep. Yes. And I can relate to that because I was fighting sleep for many, many years for many, many different reasons. And yeah, not good. If I was to choose, let's say to go through life again, one thing I would choose is to sleep more. That's for sure. I would cut, some of those parties and stuff like that, and I would just add some sleep to it. And I know that if I did, I would be a lot healthier person today. I believe that very, very strongly. Um, so, okay. Okay, so, Sophie says, I am also a night owl, But I try to fall asleep at the latest 12:30 a.m. rather than staying up to 2 a.m., which is not healthy or sustainable. So yeah, so we all work, around the best timing for ourselves. Sometimes just pushing to add a couple of hours of sleep may help us a lot. All right, and we need to do it mindfully. And you did that, and I'm pretty sure that also made a positive impact in your life. So Rick says, I am a night owl also, Matthew. I became this way when not working and the constant crashing from having seizures. You are saying it now. I agree that daily rest is vital. So yeah, guys, if a nap throughout the day helps you, then use it. Some people, if they nap throughout the day, they will not be able to sleep at night. So uh, you kind of have to pay attention to what your body tells you, okay? So whatever works for you, apply that. I would suggest very strongly work towards those 12 hours of sleep, okay? And do it for 90 days. 30 days, I would not think it's going to be enough. But do it for 90 days. Do it at night when it's pitch black. I am sure that, your body is going to start feeling better, feeling stronger. That because you're going to add those natural ways of getting the proper rest and proper uh, rebuild of the cells, okay, then you're going to be able to get stronger and feel better, okay, all together, okay. Give it a try. If it doesn't work for you, remember, it takes 7 years to rebuild all the cells in the body. So if you really really want long lasting results, it's probably even going to take longer than 90 days, but give it a 90 days trial. That's how things work with things that need little bit longer terms to take effect. Okay. Um, so Sophie says, I am in bed at 10 and I am not able to sleep till I force myself to sleep at 12:30 because sleep is needed. Okay, so Sophie, again, do you guys watch stuff just before you go to sleep? Okay, try and do it for 30 days. For the okay, for the sleeping, for the nighttime, for the 90 days is 12 hours is a different story. This is to try, or to not to try. This is to practice every day for the next 30 days. Just put yourself 30 days on the calendar, and before you go to sleep, 1 hour, you turn off every you don't watch anything, you don't watch any screens, including the phone screen. You can listen to music, so set up a music an hour before, like a playlist of music you want to hear, or like a story or something that you want to listen to, maybe podcast or something like that, or read a book, okay, with dim lights, which is the best. Okay, that was a suggestion for Virginia. This was even before we knew she had seizures. This was a suggestion from a professional that we went to see. When we were discussing her sleeping problems. Okay, and this was a very very good suggestion. So she suggested reading, dim lights, no screens, before you go to sleep, and no like any strenuous physical activities and stuff like that. It is bad I cannot show a link here. I know a chat that no one uses. I log on in the AM hours just in case though. Okay, well, so Rick, first of all, I am working towards having um, these sessions possibly every day. Okay, it is not something that's gonna happen today or tomorrow. Uh, right now, we're doing it every Sunday, and I've been introducing another day throughout the week, but I want to start working toward having this every day. So you guys can log in and you can chat. Also in the chat, well, as you chat here, and you can share your, things that you want to share every day. I'm not sure what kind of chat that you log into, but yeah, I kind of don't want to. We're not gonna go that way. You can leave a link. For me, in the description below the video, it will probably. I will probably still see the link. Okay, it will not go through, but I will be able to see the link. And before I want to let people see any links. I kind of want to check it out and see what it's all about. And more than anything, the whole idea is to keep people here, to keep people coming to the epilepsy group because I want them. I want you guys here to talk to each other, to share things that you go through here and that you share it with other people so other people can learn from this experience as well. Okay, and the whole point of this is uh, to grow to to be a big um, channel on YouTube and to share this with as many people as possible. All right, to educate and to help others. Okay, so uh, Sophie says, I found that after my dad died and me not sleeping, that I would have more brain fog and more flurries. So, yes, that is a direct effect of stress and not enough sleep. Rick says, yes, Sophia, it takes me a few hours to go to sleep also. I need meds, not but do not want to take them. I hear you. Like I hear you guys. I know exactly what you mean. I listen to 24/7 relaxing music. Very good. You familiar with? We have a few videos as well, which are meant for people with epilepsy. So they're very serene, mild music, uh, instrumental for people with epilepsy. Okay. Rick says, as far as some of that video goes, that is what they do in sleep studies. I have been in that clinic 5 to 6 times. Is the seizure link? Okay, okay. But I had nightmares for over 20 years from PTSD. So this is a huge thing. Okay, PTSD, and a lot of people go through that. I hope you have addressed your PTSD because this is one of the huge issues when it comes to lack of sleep, and then people develop seizures because of that. All right, and seizures get developed a lot of times because of the lack of sleep and the stress on the body. All right, so the brain does not recover, does not rebuild the cells, and that's when people start having seizures because there's malfunction, right? Uh, no, oh, okay. We removed the VNS. Okay, so that's good. And I am going to try and get more than 5 hours of sleep. So yeah, Matthew, like I'm sure that from 5 to 12, you probably say, oh, that's a huge number. Um, so from 5, try to go for 10. Okay, if you get 7.5 out of 10, you're still winning over 2.5 extra hours of sleep. Okay, so push yourself for 10. Set your clock, say, from this hour or from this time to this time I will sleep, and make sure that you put that 1 hour of, dimming the lights and just relaxation, or staying in relaxing mode in the dark for 1 hour before you go to bed. So no lights, no stimulus of like loud music, or stimulus from like watching a movie or something like that. Okay, and watching the screen. um, okay, I'm going to take a nap, listening to you. Okay, yeah, you can do that. And okay, Matthew, let's stop. Yeah, so if you need a nap, go ahead for it. It is whenever you need it. I always told Virginia when she needed to sleep, I said just go to sleep. Okay, don't fight it. Rest off. When you feel better, you can start things over later on. Even if you had to do something, the moment you feel that you're just too sleepy, sleep it off, and then you can continue later. And I said, the internet is still gonna be there after you wake up. So you can watch whatever movie that you were watching, whatever video that you were watching, whatever book that you want to read, or whatever music you want to listen. You can do it tomorrow or later on. Okay. So Rick says, yes, me too on the music. Matthew, if you look on my YouTube page, on here, look for a list called "Good Vibes," not for sleep, but for being upbeat in thoughts. Okay, so like an upbeat music. Okay, and stay safe. Sophie says, yeah, be safe always. So Matthew, stay safe. Remember to focus on the sleep today when you go into sleep. That what is your focus on? Rebuilding your brain cells while you sleep. What does that mean? That means your brain cells are going to be healthy ones. Okay, because your brain is building healthy cells while you sleep. The more you sleep, the more healthy brain cells you're going to have. Okay, what you want to have? You want to have healthy brain cells. So the reason why I'm repeating it is so you internalize it. So when you go to sleep, say, oh, I'm going to sleep, and the more I sleep, the more healthy brain cells I'm going to build. So yeah, let's say after 7 hours, I can still sleep more. Okay, let's go. I'm just gonna go back to sleep and sleep it off. And wow, look at this! I'm at the 10-hour, 12-hour mark. Okay, how do I feel? I feel great. Okay, and do it. Repeat it as often as possible. All right, every night. Um, Sophie says, "Be right back. Having some small flurries, but all is well, and we'll be right back." Okay. So yeah, Sophie, take your time. I understand. Maybe have some water. You guys don't forget to always to hydrate, which is very important, especially in the winter time, in the dry climate, and make sure that you guys have enough fluids always to stay healthy. Yeah, high five. Give me a high five. Come on. That's a low five. Come on, high five. Zena says high five. Matthew, have a good sleep. Okay. Um. Oh, hello, Joshua. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for being with us. Um Joshua says, I am Matthew Cancel's partner. I work days and don't get home till 12 a.m. Okay. And then Rick says, I understand on the meds. That is maxed out. I was in the Vimpat study, and another that it is not on the market. Oh, Vimpat is on the market already. I mean, at least here in Canada. A fine line, and even taking another brand will change them. So yeah, sometimes the brand. So brand versus generic depends. Okay, because some generic stuff is slightly different. It's supposed to be the same, but some people swore by brands or whatever they were taking, that when they switched to a brand, that it wasn't the same thing, that it wasn't working for them. And this is not just on this type of meds. We're talking about any type of meds. Okay. So guys, pay attention if you switch brands. That you still staying. That you still staying. That you're paying attention to whether it's still working for you. All right. So Joshua, so okay, so that's good to know that Matthew is not like all by himself. I mean, I guess he's by himself for many hours, and that we talked about earlier on about him cooking in the oven and stuff as opposed to on top of the stove, so he doesn't get burned and stuff like that. Okay. Maybe you can discuss that with him and kind of just remind him sometimes, because when we do certain things certain way, it takes time before we acquire a new habit. Okay, if we want to change a certain habit, it takes time to acquire that new habit, and you need to when you want to change, you have to be mindful, and you have to like consciously want to change that. Okay, if you just think one day and then forget the next day, it's not gonna work. So like being there for him, to remind him to perhaps to cook in the oven, which is, I told my daughter, when I'm not around and she must absolutely must eat something, and she must to warm up the food, to use oven instead of using a top burner, right, which is safer. um, okay, so Sophie says, hi Josh, it is nice to meet you and Matthew. And Rick says, hi Joshua, by the way, as the witness, you often know more than him. Like, mom, like I know about certain things about Virginia seizures that she doesn't know, because she's obviously not there for the duration of them. Okay, so okay, the flurry stopped. I feel more present and less spacey. Okay, so that's good, Sophie. We're glad. We're glad to very glad to hear that. Guys, remember to hydrate, to have water, especially in the pandemic, for health. It is very good for you, and it is very good for your body at any time. Okay, so hydrate, hydrate, hydrate to stay healthy. Water is the best. Um, okay, so Joshua says, I'm going to check on Matthew and be right back. Okay, yeah, you take your time, Joshua. Lucky that today is my day off. Okay, super. Sophie says, be right back again. Having some small flurries, but it all well, and we'll be right back. Okay, he's okay. Glad Matthew is okay. He is okay. Um, the flurry stopped, and I feel more present and less spacey. I think I already read that. I keep telling him to not go near the oven. Okay. I guess he feels he needs to eat food, but he says he gets burned. He gets burned cooking on a stove, I guess. So we were kind of discussing the possibility of, if he absolutely had to eat and warm things up, to use lower settings on the in and warm up stuff in the oven instead of cooking on top of the stove. Okay, and Rick says, yes, maybe time to tell him to just use the crock pot. No, crock pot is actually dangerous because when you open the crock pot, all that heat that's accumulating inside. The reason why I'm saying this is because I've used crock pot in the past, and because of the heat concentration, when you open it, if you open it the wrong way, you can still get very seriously burned. Okay, and guys, we have oh, you know what, Joshua, you guys should watch a video where I had a video where Virginia got burned. She had second degree burns, uh, in, and it was a result of a seizure. And she only had, she only had what we call it twitches. She only had a twitch, but she decided, even though I was awake, like just a few steps away from the oven, because we lived in a bachelor at the time. She decided to pour the hot water herself in a cup, and it went all over. So she burned like half of her body with hot water, like super super badly burned. Okay, and we actually have a video on it, so you guys, you can search for that video, and just put the right keywords with our um, with Realexcel Epilepsy portal, and then just you can put down Virginia got burned, okay, or injuries, but there's many injuries videos that I already included. So if you want to put like getting burned, then you can just put that. Sophie says, no, you did not reread. I had two flurries and felt them, so I copied from the first time. Oh, to let you know, I thought afterwards that, yeah, that's what it was. Um, Mafia. Ah. Oh, Mafia says, why, Joshua, why did you wake me up? Okay. Oh, we didn't ask you to wake him up. Let him sleep. Okay, so yes. Rick says, yes, again, have been in numerous sleep studies. I sleep in a blacked out room, which is really, really good, with white noise from fans, okay? And for light, try those soft pink lights they have now. The light mellows my headaches after seizures. Okay, I'm not familiar with the soft pink, but I guess that works. And the the worst light that they're talking about is the light that has, that is the blue screen light. Okay, so the blue screen light from your phone, from your electronics. Okay, so try your best, guys, to stay away from those. Sophie says, haha, he is just as being helpful. Yeah, he obviously wants to help you, and yeah, you're lucky you have someone there to help you and to watch over you. That is nice. Um, so, guys, if you have, okay, Joshua says, uh, ah, no, you didn't. Oh, no, you guys don't do that. Oh, cold water, that is so mean. No way, you didn't do that for real, did you? I threw cold bucket of water on him because he set down mouse traps on me last time. Oh, oh my god. You guys play pranks. Just make sure they're safe, okay? The both of you are safe, alright? And yeah, keeps the spice. But yeah, the water, that might have been a shock. Okay, is that why? That's why he was yelling at you. Okay, yeah. Uh, that is a very rude, not at all helpful. Yeah. Cool. Rick says, cool. I heard what you said on the link. The chat I suggested is safe. I agree with sharing is best. I was a part of chat on the ecom off and on for many years. Uh, and Matthew says I did set mouse traps on him. So yeah, Rick, leave me a link, not here because it will not accept it, and just leave it under the video, okay, when we're maybe now or when we're done chatting, when the video is over. And well, I will get the notification, and we can kind of maybe get in contact like that. I don't know. I have to check it out because I don't know what it is. I'm not familiar with that. And yeah. Okay, and then I still want you guys to come here and chat together because that's well, now we had a little bit of fun in the room with uh yeah, with Matthew and Joshua playing tricks, but yeah, so that's nice, because Joshua says, "Oh, Matthew." Okay. Yeah. So you guys, you're having fun. This is good. It is all about you know being able to enjoy life, to bring more joy, and to bring happiness, and to be able to share life with people who resonate with you, with people who respond positively to you, who understand you, who are compassionate, and that's the whole point, of being here and getting together and helping each other, okay, and learning from each other, obviously. So oh, Muffy says, haha, I threw ice down his back. Okay, so you guys in the play mode. That's good. Uh, okay, guys, so if you have any other questions, if not, I'm gonna wrap it up for today. Has been an amazing experience today, and I'm glad that you guys came on the stream, and we had this wonderful, amazing chat and conversation, uh, and that you guys shared that you shared your stories, and that you ask questions, that you answer them, and anyone else who comes on to watch the replay, they will also learn from us. They will also learn from your experience, from my experience, and this is a whole idea of helping others to learn from us. Okay, it's all about education. It's all about helping each other. um, oh, time to get the hose. Oh my god, I hope it's warm water, guys. Okay. Okay, so Rick says I stay away from Facebook as a rule, but will sneak on there and share a few links to my poems with you. Oh yeah, yeah, you do that. Realexcel Epilepsy Portal. Okay, not the page, because the page is for Well, it's kind of for company and business, but for the group. Okay, Realexcel Epilepsy Portal group. Come on a group, and yeah, you guys, you can very very nicely share a link over there, and hopefully see the preview of your poem, and you can post periodically, you can post those different poems there, so we see different your different thoughts and your different feelings on what's been happening to you, and I'm sure a lot of people will learn from it and will resonate with that. um Oh, bacon grease. Oh my god. You guys are getting meaner and meaner. But as long as, hey, as long as you're happy and you're having fun. So I bet that Matthew is right awake right now. Clearly. Yeah. Time to get bacon grease. Yes. Rick says, was not actual a term that used than PTSD. It took me years to separate my alcoholism and PTSD, and then the seizures as separate issues. So, yes, those are separate issues. Sometimes kind of one triggers another as well. And so each one needs to be addressed separately. And the reason why I'm saying is because I was actually at the point of my life, I was very young, and uh, I did have to deal with alcohol, and putting it mildly, and I have actually dealt with it myself, and I have put a stop to it because I have decided to stop. And the same thing happened with cigarette smoking, where I stopped smoking. So those things I have eliminated in my life, and I'm very glad I did. And once you achieve that, I would say it's like a trophy that you feel that um, what's the expression? You feel that pride, not just pride. You feel that pride that that you have overcome this huge thing that was holding you back, and that one, that goes for cigarettes, which was really bad for my health. That goes for alcohol, which was super bad for my health. Both of them were very bad for my pocket. And so, for both reasons, this was the best way to go, is to let them both go. Um, Joshua says, I have a question. What does it mean when my husband stops breathing? Okay, so Joshua, this is usually when he stops breathing. Okay, you need to pay attention, very, very close attention, because this can happen during the seizure itself, or it can happen like right after the seizure as well. So, or it can kind of um, go over. So I have a couple. I think I have a couple of seizures. Uh, so one of them where it says turning purple. You can watch that. Where uh, when we pay attention, because when the person starts turning blue or purple blue, the lips start turning like purple or blue. That means there is no oxygen getting to the brain. Okay, you need to really, really pay very, very close attention. Sometimes, if you don't know what to do and you can call an ambulance, okay, they can always, like, I don't know what's the setup where you live, but let's say here in Canada, if you decide not to go to the actual hospital, you can still tell them thank you for coming. We're not gonna go to the hospital, okay? And that's our choice of not having to go to, to be taken to the hospital if you decide not to do it. So they can still come. uh, if you feel, that kind of helpless, you don't know what to do, then you can always call them. First of all, they will help you to um, deal with it, okay? Because you have to know that you only have about 5 minutes, okay, from the time I'm not sure, don't quote me on that exactly, but I think it's about 5 minutes from the time when the person stops breathing, yeah, to revive the person, okay? So many times the person will stop breathing, all it seems like they stop breathing, okay? They could still be breathing very, very mildly. You will like almost not hear it, okay? So if they're not turning blue or purple, that means they're still getting oxygen to the brain, all right? Make sure that they're not this way, so the head is not like forward, because then it's closing the airways, or like sideways. If it's too much sideways, it could be closing the airways. So the airways are always open. The safe position for the seizure, you should learn that position. So let's say if Matthew is about to go into a seizure, you can put him in the safe position, which is arm under the head, okay, and then the body with the leg bent and forward. So the the head rests on the arm, on the shoulder, and that it's straight. So the arm underneath should be straight. Just look up some pictures, okay, on the internet. I don't have a video on that. I should really do one video with instructions with Virginia on that, okay, and that would probably help a lot of people. But the thing is that the airways always need to be open. Pay attention to the lips not being blue. If you are unsure and scared, call the ambulance. When I called the ambulance, and there were a couple of times where very close call, very scary, where Virginia was not breathing, okay? And there was also one that she had at school where I wasn't present. Um, Her teacher got really, really scared. Uh, and well, everything came out okay at the end of everything. But so when he stops breathing, get really close and assess him. Okay, you have to assess. First of all, make sure that the airway is open, that he can get intake of the air. All right. Remind him calmly, even though he is unconscious at that time, to breathe. So talk slowly, talk calmly, tell him to breathe. Okay, just say just breathe, breathe. Okay. The brain, I'm not sure, but you going for the part where you are hoping that the brain will hear and remind him to breathe. Okay, even the brain doesn't hear, that the cells will. Okay, so that the body can get to the on the right track. because sometimes it gets when it gets to that point, out of it's obviously out of control, and it's best to help it to get back on the right track. So you listen closely, okay, open the airways, and um, make sure that his neck is straight. It's not like sometimes you may just want to tilt it a little bit to the back. Let's say if he's on his back and he's like this, just bring it up a little bit so you open the airways here, okay? That's when he's on his back. Make sure he's not downwards, that he has airways open to be able to breathe. And that's why it is important for you to be for him to have someone there, okay, to watch over him, which is really really good. Okay. Rick says, by the way, I used that art foam board to block light in my room with painter's tape. It's cheap and very effective, very good, and I strongly encourage those soft pink lights. Also, is in my hall and bathroom. Okay, well, I'm not familiar, but I will look into it. You say it's helping you to kind of like set the mood, and feel. I guess soft pink would be like, just kind of feeling warm and safe. I guess, right? That's probably what it makes you feel like. So I meant another. Oh, I meant another drug that never made it to the market. Yes, I took the Vimpat before it was named that. Being in two drug studies. Okay, yeah. Well, before they bring it out on the market, it takes a lot of studies, a long time before it's considered to be safe. Um, Okay, so Joshua, so I didn't hear back from you, but uh, when it comes to breathing, you can right away you can call the ambulance. So I was getting on that ambulance part because I have called ambulance. So first of all, they will instruct you on what to do if the person is not breathing. So if you get really close and you don't hear him gasping for air or trying to get air, or just breathing very very slowly, and like, because sometimes I have to get like really really close to Virginia to see if she's still breathing. If the lips are not changing color, usually it's because she's okay. And so you hear it, and if she's breathing, then just reassure her she's safe, even though she's still unconscious. Tell her to breathe, and then at some point from the very very like faint breathing, she will start better, like harder intake of breath, and then she will start breathing. Tell me more about this breathing thing. Okay, yeah, I guess you guys are busy. Uh, Maybe Matthew had a seizure. I'm not sure, but yeah. So I kind of wanted you to elaborate on the breathing part. Okay, so that link, by the way, the site is healthfulchat.com. Okay, look at the room on epilepsy. Okay, yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, I'll let that one. I'll let that one go. So this is you saying that people just talk about epilepsy and they kind of chat uh, between them and stuff. Health, healthful chat. Okay, okay, yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I think Sophie at one point she was talking about. I think it was epilepsy.org or something that was also had their own chat. But the reason, I guess, I want to bring you here to chat, okay? I want you to right now. Obviously, not many people know that we're having these because mostly for Christmas, they didn't even know that we had